Chapter 2173. The two women were helpless. They knew that it would be too deliberate to stop her. Fu Kaiwei was smart enough to see through it. Sun Mingyue sensed Chu Li through the supreme Vajra in her mind and soon found out. She could not help but be overjoyed and quickly told Chu Li about what happened here. Fu Kaiwei's secret skill was blocked by the Chakram Pagoda, but not the supreme Vajra scripture's power. After all, the Chakram Pagoda's power was his power, and he could control it freely. Chu Li sat in the Chakram Pagoda and frowned. It seemed that he had underestimated Fu Kaiwei. She was the youth champion of Taihao Peak. She could track him and even find him in the Chakram Pagoda. That was troublesome. He deduced from the Heavenly Star Insight technique that his cultivation level was still lower than Fu Kaiwei's. He had a fortuitous encounter and had the help of the spiritual energy from the upper heaven. His cultivation level had increased by more than 2 times, but he was still no match for Fu Kaiwei. If it was before, there would be a huge gap between them. After some thought, Chu Li realized that although he had a fortuitous encounter, Fu Kaiwei had an even greater advantage. She had the best aptitude, the best cultivation environment, the best heart technique, and even more spirit medicine and mystical fruits to help her. These were his weaknesses, so it was not surprising that Fu Kaiwei could suppress him. Although the life and death scripture was powerful and the omniscient mirror was beyond imagination, his cultivation level was still low, and he could not rely on them to dominate the world. The Chakra Pagoda's power was very strange. It was different from the power that people cultivated. It was similar to the power of the soul, which was the purest and most primitive power in the world. Chu Li thought for a while and said to Sun Mingyue, "Don't worry about me. I have a way. Senior Sister Fu is the youth champion of Taihao Peak and even the Grandmaster of Heaven Realm. It's best not to fight her." Sun Mingyue's voice sounded in his mind. "I want to test her ability," Chu Li said. "Sigh. All right." Sun Mingyue sighed helplessly and did not try to persuade him. She knew that Chu Li was proud. Even if his cultivation level was not as high as Fu Kaiwei's, he wanted to test her to see how big the gap was so that he would be more motivated to cultivate and pursue. If she continued to persuade him, she would be looking down on him. Chu Li squinted his eyes and sat cross-legged in front of the 2 swords, sizing up the Leeching Sword and the Thousand Illusion Sword. The 2 swords were placed in the center of the first level of the Revolving Wheel Pagoda. They were in a special position, where the power of the Revolving Wheel Pagoda was the densest. Chu Li formed a seal with his hands and began to activate his heart technique step by step. The energy of the 6 Chakram Pagodas around him gathered around the 2 swords and became increasingly concentrated. Chu Li even extracted the inner energy of all the Chakram Pagodas that he had built and gathered it here. These Chakra Pagodas were not only from the sky beyond heavens. There were also Chakra Pagodas from the lower realm, and even from the heavenly demon realm. Strands of power slowly passed through the void and arrived at the Chakra Pagoda, wrapping around the 2 swords. Fu Kaiwei stared at the jade Buddha statue in her hand. Her eyes flickered with reluctance. This was her amulet. It was given to her by her mother when she was young. If it was destroyed, it would be gone forever. No matter how bad an item was, it would be sentimental to carry it for more than 20 years, let alone her mother's jade Buddha. "Senior Sister Fu, let's forget about it." Zhao Haiyuan smiled faintly. "We'll let him go this time. The next time he makes a move, we'll definitely find him." Fu Kaiwei remained silent. Zhao Haiyuan said, "This time, he must be prepared. We'll have more confidence in taking action when he's unprepared." Fu Kaiwei gritted her teeth and shook her head. "I'd like to see what he's capable of." As soon as she finished speaking, she closed her eyes and pressed the jade Buddha statue against her forehead. A moment later, a ray of light burst forth and the jade Buddha statue turned into a dazzling ray of light. It was as if the sun had fallen in front of her forehead. Everyone else could not open their eyes. Only Zhao Haiyuan squinted his eyes and activated his secret skill to control his eyes to stare at the jade Buddha statue. He saw a strong ray of light flashing from the jade Buddha statue. Eventually, the jade Buddha statue turned into nothingness. The ray of light became more intense, and finally, It entered Fu Caiwei's forehead. Fu Caiwei's white, jade-like hands formed a strange seal on her forehead and pressed it against her forehead. Then, with a bang, she flew backward and spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. She fell limply to the ground. In a flash, Xiao Qi caught her in the air. On the other hand, Sun Mingwei glided to their side and stared at Zhao Haiyuan and the others with cold eyes. Xiao Qi helped her land gently and helped her stand firm. She asked softly, "Senior sister?" Fu Caiwei shook her head and removed the red veil on her face to reveal her beautiful face. She said softly, "He's so powerful." Zhao Haiyuan hurriedly asked, "Senior sister Fu, did you find him?" "No." Fu Caiwei shook her head. She initially thought that with the power contained in the Jade Talisman and her secret skill, she would be able to break through the power outside the two swords and find the two swords. Then, she would be able to find the person who stole the swords. She did not expect the power to be several times, or even more than 10 times stronger. Her power could not even withstand a single blow from it. If she had not reacted quickly and retreated, she would have fainted by now. Her soul was heavily injured, and it would take a long time for her to recover. Zhao Haiyuan frowned. Is this guy that powerful? He was aware of Fu Caiwei's cultivation level, or else she would not have been so obedient. However, he did not expect the great heavenly demon to be so difficult to deal with. The person who could hurt Fu Caiwei was not an ordinary person, and he was definitely not a match for him. It seemed like it was not a bad thing that he could not find him. If he had found him, he might not be alive now. Fu Caiwei said softly, "He's more powerful than I thought." Her voice was weak, as if she was seriously injured. Sun Mingwei secretly sighed in relief. She did not expect Chu Li to be able to withstand it. While Xiao Qi was relieved, she secretly admired Fu Caiwei's cunning. Her injury was not as serious as it seemed. Although it was not light, it was not that weak. Fu Caiwei turned to look at Guo Bairu and Yang Gaogong and said weakly, "Governors, I'm sorry to disappoint you. We can't find the swords, so I advise you to give up on looking for them." "Thank you, Miss Fu." Guo Bairu gave a fist salute. He was in despair and extremely depressed, but he did not show it. He could not retrieve the heaven-killing sword, but he kept hope because he had a clear goal. Although Chu Li was powerful, he did not necessarily have a weakness. In the future, he would find a chance to take back the heaven-killing sword. It was the same for the monarch descending sword. As long as he knew who took it, he would be able to get it back. He was confident in his martial arts and techniques. However, it was different this time. He had personally witnessed the great heavenly demon's power. More importantly, the great heavenly demon would definitely bring the sword back to the heavenly demonic realm. That was a place where celestials could not pry into. No matter how powerful he was, he could not go to the heavenly demonic realm to take back the leeching sword. If that happened, his dream of gathering all 9 swords would be shattered, and the city of 10,000 swords would not be able to climb to the peak. When he thought of this, he wanted to howl at the sky and cut the person who stole the sword into 1,000 pieces. Fu Caiwei glanced at Zhao Haiyuan. "Junior brother Zhao, please excuse me." Zhao Haiyuan quickly shook his head and smiled. "I'll ask the tower leader to do it personally." Chapter 2174. Zhao Haiyuan was startled and quickly asked, "Senior Sister Fu, you want to use the Qiankuan Jade?" Fu Caiwei scoffed. "Are we just going to let it go like this?" "Forget it, Senior Sister Fu. This guy's cultivation level is shocking." "What if?" Zhao Haiyuan shook his head. Fu Caiwei rolled her eyes at him and scoffed. "Zhao Haiyuan, are you trying to provoke me?" Zhao Haiyuan looked helpless. He was only speaking the truth, but it was not pleasant to hear. He said helplessly, "Senior Sister Fu, I don't have the Qiankuan Jade with me." "Then go back and get it." Fu Caiwei was annoyed. "No one is stopping you. Go and come back quickly." "About that." Zhao Haiyuan hesitated. The Qiankuan Jade was not an ordinary treasure. There were only a few of them in the world. Unless it was a last resort, the Qiankuan Jade would not be used. Although this was not a small matter, it was not a big deal. It was not worth using the Qiankuan Jade. Fu Caiwei scoffed. "Do you think this guy is insignificant?" "About that." Zhao Haiyuan frowned and hesitated. If he said this guy was insignificant, he would be lying. However, the great skyscraper demon did not do anything outrageous. He only stole Guobairu and Yang Gaogong's treasured swords. Although he was a threat, he did not do anything big. Because he was strong enough and threatening enough, it was really inappropriate to use the Chinquan Jade. Even if he went back and asked for it, he wouldn't be able to get the Chinquan Jade. He could only shake his head and sigh. Senior Sister Fu, forget it. You can't get it back, King Yu. Fu Kaiwei looked at him with disdain. Senior Sister Fu, it's useless to provoke me. Zhao Haiyuan shook his head. The Chinquan Jade is too precious. Only those peerless heavenly demons who have committed atrocities would use it. Once this guy commits evil, he will definitely cause great destruction. Fu Kaiwei said, do we have to wait until he commits evil before we kill him? That's the only way. Otherwise, we won't have enough Chinquan Jade, Zhao Haiyuan said. When the great celestial demons entered the beyond heaven's realm, not all of them were there to kill. Some of them were there to peek, some were there out of curiosity, and some were there to learn martial arts in secret. Once they learned martial arts in secret, the heaven-shaking tower will be able to sense the martial arts of the beyond heaven's realm. Fu Kaiwei frowned as she looked at him, her gaze turning cold. Your heaven-shaking tower is really... It looks like you're not allowed to help me this time. How about this, Senior Martial Sister Fu? I'll go back and ask Master, Zhao Haiyuan said helplessly. Come back quickly. Fu Kaiwei waved her hand. Sun Minghua shook her head and said, Senior Sister Fu, why bother? You're injured now. Even if you find the great sky demon, you will be at a disadvantage if you fight him. Why don't we do it another day? Strike while the iron is hot. If we miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to obtain Cosmos Jades in the future. Fu Kaiwei lightly snorted and said, This Chinquan Jade is very precious and also very useful. With it, we can definitely find that guy. But what if we find him? Sun Minghua asked, Can we really defeat him? Do you think I'm no match for the great sky demon? Fu Kaiwei frowned and stared at Sun Minghua. My injury isn't that serious, don't worry. As she spoke, she took out a small jade bottle from her inner pocket, poured out a pill, and stuffed it into her mouth. Then, she closed her eyes. Sun Minghua frowned and shook her head. She exchanged glances with Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi gently shook her head, indicating that there was no need to persuade her. Fu Kaiwei had a natural talent and was full of confidence. Once she had set her mind on something, she would not allow others to dissuade her. Guobairu and Yang Gaogong stood at the side without saying a word. They treated themselves as invisible, but their hearts were filled with hope. At this time, they could not care less about their pride. As long as they could find the leeching sword, it was not a big deal to be scolded and ridiculed. They must find the leeching sword, or else it would be impossible to gather the 9 swords, and their dream of rebuilding the city of 10,000 swords would be shattered. After a while, Zhao Haiyuan appeared again. His robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked helpless. Fu Kaiwei opened her eyes, which were clear and bright, and said indifferently, Did you bring it? Out of respect for Senior Sister Fu, the leader gave me a universe jade. Zhao Haiyuan sighed. The leader said that this person is not to be trifled with, so we must be careful and cautious. Oh, Fu Kaiwei raised her eyebrows. The leader divined it too? Yes. Zhao Haiyuan shook his head. But the leader didn't say much. So, did the leader divine it or not? Fu Kaiwei chuckled. He didn't speak in detail and was vague, so it's not convincing at all. If he divined it, I wouldn't have wasted this universe jade. Her smile was full of sarcasm, which made Zhao Haiyuan a little angry. Fu Kaiwei was too arrogant. She did not take the leader seriously, which was a joke. The leader was far-sighted and looked down on the past and present. How could Fu Kaiwei compare to him? When Fu Kaiwei saw that he did not speak, she scoffed. Did the leader divine it or not? The leader said that we can't do anything to him. Zhao Haiyuan scoffed. The heaven-shaking pavilion can't do anything to this person, but Senior Sister Fu might gain something. It's better to give a try. Looks like the leader divined it or not. Fu Kaiwei shook her head. Then I don't have much confidence. Zhao Haiyuan forced a smile But he was even angrier. She was tearing the leader's face off, which was no different from humiliating the entire heaven-shaking pavilion. Fu Kaiwei saw that he was so angry that his face turned green. She was unusually happy and chuckled. "All right, then I'll start performing the secret skill." Zhao Haiyuan nodded and carefully took out a purple box. He opened it and took out a gray stone. It looked like a stone that was randomly picked up by the river. Sun Mingyue and Xiao Qi glanced at each other and were surprised, but they did not doubt it. Not all treasures shone so brightly that people could not look at them directly. Many treasures were even more broken than ordinary items. Fu Kaiwei took the pebble-like heaven and earth jade and sat cross-legged on a square stone. She closed her eyes and placed the heaven and earth jade between her eyebrows. Suddenly, a clear light flashed. The heaven and earth stone turned into a clear light and entered her forehead. This time, the light was not as strong as the previous time, but it was not dazzling either. Everyone could clearly see the clear light entering between her eyebrows. The area between her eyebrows glowed, and the shape of an eye vaguely appeared. It seemed like a third eye. Everyone was shocked. The protective Buddha jade from before was not as strange as this. Under everyone's gaze, the eye became clearer as if it was really growing on her forehead. Then it slowly opened its eyes. There was no sadness or joy in its eyes. It was calm and peaceful, as if it was looking down on everything. When everyone came into contact with this gaze, they felt as if all of their secrets had been seen through. Xiao Qi and Sun Mingyue had the urge to escape, but fortunately, both of them had strong soul energy, so they could withstand it. The eye's gaze swept past everyone and looked into the distance. Then Fu Kaiwei said softly, "Found it." She suddenly disappeared without a trace. The next moment, she appeared in a rotary pagoda and saw Chu Li sitting in it. Chu Li frowned as he looked at Fu Kaiwei. He did not expect her to find him. Fu Kaiwei opened her eyes and stood beside the two swords to size Chu Li up. She was not in a hurry to make a move. He had a thin figure, a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. He looked simple and honest, and he had a calm temperament. He did not look like someone who would steal someone's treasure. Chapter 2175. Seeing Fu Kaiwei suddenly disappear, Zhao Haiyuan was startled, and his expression changed slightly. He hurriedly said, "Junior sisters, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for senior sister Fu to go alone. Let's go together and lend her a hand." Sun Mingyue glanced at him and said, "Do you think senior apprentice sister Fu can't beat a great skyscraper demon?" "That's hard to say," Zhao Haiyuan said solemnly. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said coldly and seriously, "The great skyscraping demon that needs Qinquan jades to be found is definitely not an ordinary person. He must be a top master among the skyscraping demons. Although senior sister Fu's cultivation is profound, she may not be able to defeat the great skyscraping demon. Just in case, we'd better go and take a look." "There's no need for young master Zhao to worry." Sun Mingyue snorted coldly and said, "Don't think that we don't know what the heaven-shaking tower is thinking. You can't wait for something to happen to senior sister Fu so that she can no longer be a threat to the heaven-shaking tower. You're pretending to care about her." Zhao Haiyuan frowned and said, "Miss, don't measure the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. Our heaven-shaking pavilion is not so petty. Don't make it sound like your heaven-shaking tower is so grand." Sun Mingyu said calmly. "Just save it. Put away these little girls. If that's the case, you're letting senior sister Fu face the great skyscraper demon alone?" Zhao Haiyuan frowned and said in a low voice, "Aren't you afraid that something might happen to her?" Sun Mingyue nodded slowly. "Senior sister Fu is more than enough. If she can't handle it, there's no point in us going." Zhao Haiyuan said in a deep voice, "Since the great sky fiend dared to come here, he must have some confidence. Furthermore, the sky fiend disintegration technique is the most threatening." Xiao Qi sighed and said softly, "Young Master Zhao, if you have a way to chase after them, then go ahead. We don't have a way, and we can't do anything even if we wanted to. Since you're from the same sect, I'm sure you'll be able to find her." Zhao Haiyuan frowned in dissatisfaction. How can there be no way? There's an invisible force that's isolating our senses. Xiao Qi said softly. It's the power that's blocking Senior Sister Fu's senses. Unless we have another piece of yin-yang jade, there's no other way. They could locate Chu Li and Fu Kaiwei based on their senses, but they could not use it. This was because they were sensing Chu Li, not Fu Kaiwei. If she really ran over, Fu Kaiwei would be able to figure out Chu Li's identity after some careful pondering. There were countless flaws, and she would naturally be able to guess Chu Li's identity. This was no small matter, and it would bring disaster to Chu Li. Because of this, even though they were extremely anxious and afraid that Chu Li would be defeated by Fu Kaiwei, they did not dare to run over to take a look. When Sun Mingwei realized that the Supreme King Kong could sense Chu Li, she quickly asked in Chu Li's mind, "Has Senior Sister Fu gone to look for him?" Chu Li looked at Fu Kaiwei and said in Sun Mingwei's mind, "What a powerful technique. If you can't beat me, then run. She can't stop me." Chu Li understood that they were both worried about him. Sun Mingwei said, "That's right. If we can't beat them, we should run. We must not fight them head-on. Senior Sister Fu has treated us well. We should fight to the death with her." Chu Li said, "I don't have a grudge against her, so I won't fight her to the death. Don't worry." Sun Mingwei heaved a sigh of relief. Senior Sister Fu has many trump cards. We can't be careless. Understood, understood, Chu Li replied. Xiao Qi could vaguely hear Chu Li's voice, but she did not ask any questions. Fu Kaiwei looked at Chu Li and frowned. "You're from the heavenly demonic realm?" Chu Li nodded. "Yes. You're from the Flying Heaven sect?" Fu Kaiwei scoffed. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. "Lady, you know about the Flying Heaven sect? 12 manifestations. Even if we don't understand the heavenly demonic realm, we still know about it." Fu Kaiwei said, "Many great heavenly demons have fallen at Taihao Peak, including the heavenly demons from the Flying Heaven sect." Taihao Peak, Chu Li muttered. Although the heavenly demonic sect has a deep understanding of the Beyond Heaven realm, we don't know much about the Taihao Peak. It's the #1 sect in the Beyond Heaven and is very mysterious. "Why are you here?" Fu Kaiwei asked. "The heavenly demonic realm is involved in this battle for the divine light sword, right?" Since she could not enter the heavenly demonic realm, she had to use the heavenly demons she encountered to understand the heavenly demons. Even if it was a lie, it had its value. Moreover, she believed that she could tell the truth from the lie. More importantly, she was recovering her spirit. Even with the Chinquan Jade, she was still mentally exhausted after using the secret technique. She needed some time to recover before she could return to her peak state. The great celestial demon in front of her made her feel threatened, and her hair stood on end. She had to be careful lest she failed miserably. Chu Li shook his head slowly. "We weren't involved in this matter. Maybe it was the Azura? You really weren't involved?" Fu Kaiwei curled her red lips and said, "You're in cahoots with the Azura." Chu Li said, "This is a misunderstanding." "Huh!" Fu Kaiwei laughed coldly. "Great heavenly demon dares to do it, but doesn't dare to admit it." Chu Li waved his hand and sheathed the 3 treasure swords on his back. He said calmly, "Actually, the heavenly demonic realm hates the Azura because they're not humans." "Are the heavenly demons humans?" Fu Kaiwei asked. Chu Li nodded. "Of course they're humans. Compared to heavenly humans, the only difference is the heart technique they cultivate. However, the Azura are different. They're cold-blooded, cruel, and inhumane, so we can only see them as beasts and not humans." That's true," Fu Kaiwei said. "You didn't collaborate with the Azura?" Chu Li said, "Only one sect collaborates with the Azura, the Tianfeng sect. Why would the heavenly demons collaborate with the Azura?" Fu Kaiwei frowned. "Are they really going to destroy the Grandmaster Realm?" Chu Li shook his head. "I don't mind telling you. They're doing it to destroy the Azura." "Huh." Fu Kaiwei laughed. Chu Li said, "The Grandmaster might not know about a legend. Azura who cultivates the heavenly demonic power can destroy other Azuras. It's just a legend. No one in the world can destroy the Azura." Fu Kaiwei shook her head. Although she was not familiar with the heavenly demonic power, she knew the Azura very well. That was because the Azura did not have any complicated thoughts. Their powerful bodies were immortal even when they died. They did not increase or decrease in strength, so they cannot be killed no matter how hard they tried. Therefore, they were in despair and could only try to kill them to weaken their strength. Chu Li said, "The Azura can't cultivate the heavenly demonic power or they'll become weak. That's why the heavenly demons can restrain the Azura. You heavenly humans don't know this, do you?" The heavenly demons did not want to reveal the inside information to the heavenly humans. He used Fu Kaiwei's mouth to say it. Fu Kaiwei was stunned. Chu Li said, "That's why the Azura are very afraid of the heavenly demons. Just like how the great light surpassing state can restrain the Azura, our heavenly demonic power can restrain them even more." "There's such a thing?" Fu Kaiwei frowned. Chu Li said, "Although the heavenly demons can restrain the Azura, we can't destroy them. However, the Azura can use the mutual destruction technique to destroy us. Therefore, in order to solve this problem once and for all, we have to find the Azura who cultivates the heavenly demonic power." "Have you found it?" Fu Kaiwei scoffed. She was doubtful. Chu Li pondered for a while and slowly nodded. Fu Kaiwei was surprised. "You really found it?" Chu Li said, "The Grand Azura has entered the heavenly demonic realm and has begun the assassination." "Yes, but it's not that easy to enter the heavenly demonic realm, right?" Fu Kaiwei scoffed. "Can the Azura enter?" "The Tianfeng sect can," Chu Li said. "Can the heavenly demonic realm tolerate it?" "No, so the Tianfeng sect will be heavily injured." Chapter 2176. Chu Li said calmly, "I'm telling you this because I want to cooperate with you." "Cooperate?" Fu Kaiwei was startled and laughed. "You're so imaginative." Chu Li said, "We have a common enemy. Why can't we cooperate? Even if it doesn't work, we'll destroy the Azura realm first. It won't be too late for our realms to decide who's better. Actually, the heavenly demonic realm doesn't covet you at all. We're just curious about your life in the Grandmaster realm. It's a shame that you're so hostile towards us, which led to the current situation." "As if the heavenly demonic realm is innocent," Fu Kaiwei sneered. The heavenly demons were not as pure and flawless as Chu Li had made them out to be. Although they were not as bloody and cruel as the Azuras, they did not care about human lives. More importantly, they were ever-changing and impossible to guard against. One mistake, and they might unknowingly control the entire Grandmaster realm. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling, so the heavenly humans could not tolerate the heavenly demonic realm around them. It was extremely dangerous and unsafe, so they had to nip it in the bud and eliminate it on sight. Chu Li frowned. "I'm considered an important person in the Flying Heaven sect, so my words count. You're the youth champion of Tai Hao Peak, so you'll have the final say in the future. If we can come to an agreement, we can resolve the grudge between the heavenly demonic realm and the heavenly humans. We'll work together against the Azura and destroy the Azura realm." "All right, you'll first have the heavenly demonic realm cut off its alliance with the Azura." Fu Kaiwei scoffed. Chu Li nodded. "That's not difficult. As long as you can do it, we'll talk about working together," Fu Kaiwei said. Chu Li looked at her and smiled. "You're just brushing me off, aren't you?" "That depends on whether you can do it," Fu Kaiwei scoffed. "Otherwise, how can I believe your empty promises? Besides, show some sincerity and return the swords." "That's impossible." Chu Li shook his head. "These two swords originally belonged to the heavenly demonic realm." "Huh?" Fu Kaiwei laughed. Chu Li said, "You don't believe me? I really don't know when the swords of the city of Thousand Swords and Thousand Illusion City became the heavenly demonic realm's swords." Chu Li shook his head. "You really don't know? Do you think the swords of the city of Thousand Illusions and Thousand Swords were created by them? Is it not?" Fu Kaiwei frowned. Chu Li said, "These fellows are actually from the heavenly demon realm. The sect founders are all heavenly demons." "Nonsense." The smile on Fu Kaiwei's face disappeared, and she became solemn. "You have sinister intentions. You might as well say that our Great Sky Peak's founding master is also a heavenly demon. Chuli shook his head. I don't know if the founder of Tai Hao Peak was a heavenly demon or not, but the founders of Thousand Swords City and Thousand Illusion City were indeed heavenly demons. Were the 9 swords of Thousand Swords City really created by them? Even the heaven-killing sword was not created by them. Fu Kaiwei shook her head and laughed. Chuli frowned and asked, "You don't believe me?" Fu Kaiwei said, "Ridiculous." Chuli scoffed. "Have you seen the Sky Killer sword before?" "Yes." Fu Kaiwei cast a sidelong glance at him and said, "I just happen to have seen the Heaven Slaughtering sword before. Don't tell me you know about it too?" Chuli sneered. The Heaven Slaughtering sword is one of the antique studies passed down in the Sword Demon sect, and the founding master of Thousand Sword City was just a disciple of the Sword Demon sect. He was greedy for the prosperity of the Grandmaster realm. So he took root here and finally gave birth to his descendants. His descendants no longer cultivated the heavenly demonic power, but built Thousand Sword City instead. Fu Kaiwei laughed softly. "Interesting." Chuli frowned. "Then let me see the Heaven Slaughtering sword. I happen to learn the Sword Demon sect's Heaven Slaughtering sword. Who knows if you learned it in Thousand Swords City?" Fu Kaiwei shook her head. As a heavenly demon, it shouldn't be difficult to pretend to be a disciple of Thousand Swords City to enter and learn the Heaven Slaughtering sword. Chuli said, "If it was that easy, wouldn't all the martial arts of Grandmasters be learned by us? Especially an antique study like the Heaven Slaughtering sword." Fu Kaiwei said faintly, "You're a disciple of the Flying Heaven sect. How can you learn the sword technique of a disciple of the Sword Demon sect? The sects in the heavenly demonic realm are also very strict, right?" "I traded the sword technique with the Sword Demon sect," Chuli said. "Looks like you won't believe me even if I use the Heaven Slaughtering sword." "Then come take a look," Fu Kaiwei said. She also knew that her words were unreasonable. The core antique study of Thousand Swords City could not be learned by the heavenly demon because each sect had a special way to stop the heavenly demon. It was impossible for the heavenly demon to learn the core antique study. Chuli scoffed softly and pulled out the leeching sword. With a light stab, he used the Heaven Slaughtering sword technique to activate the Sword of Oblivion. His sword already contained lifespan, and it was a huge lifespan. He wanted to use this sword to severely injure her. This Fu Kaiwei was a strong opponent. It would be best if he could severely injure her. Fu Kaiwei felt an invisible force binding her. She wanted to move, but she could not. She could only watch as the long sword slowly approached her and slashed at her right arm. It was about to cut off her right arm. Duo. With a shout, the surrounding void seemed to shake, and the force binding her was instantly broken. At the most dangerous moment, she turned her body to avoid this sword. The chill of the leeching sword penetrated her body through her clothes, causing her hair to stand on end. Chuli frowned. "All right." He stabbed the sword again with hundreds of years of lifespan. It was almost his strongest sword, and it lightly swept toward her right arm. Fu Kaiwei felt an invisible force binding her again, and it was even stronger than before. She suddenly opened her eyes and shouted, "Break!" With this break sound, the air around her seemed to shake, but it returned to normal. The force binding her was not broken, but only loosened a little. She almost wanted to avoid it, but she could not completely avoid it. The tip of the sword slashed across her right shoulder, and blood flashed. Blood instantly gushed out and dripped from her fingers onto the stone floor of the Wheel Pagoda. Fu Kaiwei could have broken this attack from the Heaven Slaughtering sword. The secret skill that she used was powerful and could completely resist the Heaven Slaughtering sword. However, she miscalculated. She was inside the Wheel Pagoda. The Wheel Pagoda that she was in was a formation that Chu Li could use like a finger. It gathered a huge amount of power. It was the power of the soul, but it could also be turned into powerful inner energy. Fu Kaiwei broke the power of the Heaven Slaughtering sword, but she was hindered by the power of the Wheel Pagoda. She could not avoid the Heaven Slaughtering sword. Chuli took a step back and looked at her with a smile. "How is it?" Fu Kaiwei frowned and stared at him, trying to read his mind. It looked like he did not want to kill her, but he still wanted to hurt her and even cut off her arm. Did he really want to cooperate with her? Chu Li said calmly, "The power of the heaven-slaughtering sword is not bad, right? Who are you?" Fu Kaiwei scoffed. Chu Li said, "Wu Unc of the Flying Heaven Sect." "All right, I'll remember you." Fu Kaiwei scoffed. "Goodbye." Chu Li smiled. "Miss Fu, don't you want to stay for a while?" Fu Kaiwei's eyes flashed, and she said, "You want me to stay?" She felt a strange power flowing in her body, and she could not get rid of it. Her heart trembled, and she had the intention to retreat. Chu Li shook his head. "Miss Fu, please." His words were not entirely to confuse Fu Kaiwei and to sow discord between the city of 10,000 swords and Fu Kaiwei. Instead, he had a backup plan. If he could really control the Flying Heaven Sect in the future, he could use the Heavenly Demonic Realm and the Grandmaster Realm to deal with Azura together. Even if the Devis and the Heavenly Demonic Realm had a grudge against each other, they could temporarily put aside their grudge in front of Azura and eliminate Azura first. No matter what, Azura needed time to grow. If they could eliminate Masters, they could weaken Azura. Chapter 2177. Fu Kaiwei glared at him. She was unwilling to admit defeat, but she knew that she would not be able to gain any advantage here. This was his formation, so she could only seek revenge next time. She scoffed. "Wu Unc." She suddenly disappeared. The next moment, she appeared in front of Xiaoqi and Sun Mingyue. The two women's expressions changed when they saw this. Xiaoqi quickly asked, "Senior Sister Fu, are you hurt?" Fu Kaiwei scoffed. "Don't worry, it's just a small injury." Sun Mingyue's expression had returned to normal. She smiled. "Looks like Senior Sister Fu won, but it's already very impressive that he was able to hurt you." "I lost," Fu Kaiwei said. "I couldn't defeat him." "Huh?" Everyone looked at her in shock. Fu Kaiwei said, "This great skyscraper demon is a powerful figure, and I'm no match for him. Do you really think he's a pushover that can be easily defeated?" Zhao Haiyuan looked at Fu Kaiwei and was puzzled. He smiled. "I can't believe he was able to defeat Senior Sister Fu. I wonder who he is." Fu Kaiwei shook her head and said, "Since the heaven-shaking pavilion is so capable, why can't you predict who he is? He has a treasure to protect himself, so we really can't predict him." Zhao Haiyuan sighed. "But no matter how powerful he is, as long as he continues to attack, we can predict him." Sun Mingyue glanced at him and said, "Senior Sister Fu isn't a disciple of the heaven-shaking pavilion, but she can use the universe jade to find that person. The heaven-shaking pavilion can't do it. It's really—" She shook her head in disdain. Xiaoqi shook her head too. Fu Kaiwei chuckled. "This is a divine power. It's different from martial arts, and it's not the same as the heaven-shaking pavilions." "Miss Fu, what divine power did you use?" Zhao Haiyuan asked. He was very curious about the strange skill that Fu Kaiwei used to surpass the heaven-shaking pavilion's secret skill. It was a slap to the heaven-shaking pavilion's face, and it would damage the heaven-shaking pavilion's prestige. Fu Kaiwei looked at the two men in the corner and said, Governor Yang, I couldn't help you get your treasured swords back. No matter what, we still have to thank Miss Fu." The two of them cupped their fists and bowed deeply. Fu Kaiwei looked deeply at Guobairu and said, "City Lord Gua, does your city of 10,000 swords have an inheritor of the heaven-slaughtering sword?" "Heaven-killing sword." Guobairu was startled, shook his head and said, "Because the heaven-killing sword is lost, even if one cultivates the heaven-killing sword incantation, the other treasured swords are unable to unleash the power of the heaven-killing sword incantation. So no one in our city practices the heaven-killing sword." "Oh." Fu Kaiwei nodded. Only then did she feel relieved. It seemed that no heavenly demon had infiltrated the city of 10,000 swords. However, when she recalled what Chu Li had said before, that the founder of the city of 10,000 swords was a heavenly demon, she felt awkward. Regardless, the city of 10,000 swords had nothing to do with the heavenly demon, so she could not blame them. Guopairu said, "Could it be that Miss Fu has seen the person who cultivates the heaven-regaining sword?" Fu Kaiwei lightly nodded. Yes, this time he was defeated by the heaven-slaughtering sword. His cultivation is deep. Heaven-killing sword. Guobairu's expression changed, and he muttered to himself, "According to what I know, there is one person in our sky beyond heaven who is proficient in the heaven-killing sword arts. Is it Chu Li?" Fu Kaiwei lightly said, "It's not him." Chu Li was not a heavenly demon, so it was impossible for him to transform into a great heavenly demon. Moreover, Chu Li would not know the secrets of the heavenly demon realm. Guopairu sighed. Then there is no one else in the world who knows about the heaven-killing sword arts. You have left out one place, Fu Kaiwei said. The sword demon sect in the heavenly demon realm. Guopairu's expression changed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. The heavenly demon realm? I really don't know about this. I've never come into contact with the heavenly demon realm. Fu Kaiwei looked at his expression, and her heart sank slightly. Could it be that what Wu Yuanxi said was true, that the city of 10,000 swords was indeed a branch of the sword demon sect's inheritance? She waved her hand and said, "Forget it then. The two of you should go back first. We will find a chance in the future to see if we could take back the treasure sword." Guopairu and Yang Gaogong slowly nodded. Since things had come to this, they could only do so. That person was too difficult to deal with. Even Fu Kaiwei was not a match for him, so it would be useless for them to go. They could only swallow their anger and go back to cultivate diligently. They must avenge this humiliation. After the two left, Zhao Haiyuan said, "Senior Sister Zhao, you can tell us now what kind of mystical technique is it?" "Heaven's Eye," Fu Kaiwei replied. "The Buddhism's Heaven's Eye?" Zhao Haiyuan frowned. Fu Kaiwei nodded lightly. "Yes, I've been to the boundless surpassing state and obtained this divine power. I didn't expect Miss Fu to cultivate a Buddhism divine power." Zhao Haiyuan shook his head. "I didn't expect Miss Fu to have the root of wisdom. I didn't expect that, but I can learn it. It's a pity that I'm not good at it." Fu Kaiwei sighed. "Otherwise, I wouldn't need the Universe Jade. Without the Universe Jade, my half-baked divine power won't be of much use." "It's amazing that you've cultivated to this stage," Zhao Haiyuan said. "Unfortunately, the boundless surpassing state is too far away from us." Fu Kaiwei scoffed and gave him a sidelong glance. Zhao Haiyuan smiled embarrassedly, then gave a fist salute and left. Chu Li was pondering in his chakra pagoda. If Fu Kaiwei were to pass her name to Guobairu, would Guobairu recognize her? It would be interesting if Guobairu could remember her name. However, as the governor, how could he pay attention to a registered disciple? So he was not afraid of him knowing Wu Yuanxi's name. A white shadow flashed, and Xiao Qi appeared in front of him. He smiled and reached out to pull her into his arms. "You must be worried sick, right?" Xiao Qi gently hammered his chest. Chu Li asked, "What secret skill did Fu Kaiwei use?" "Heaven's Eye," Xiao Qi answered. "I got it from the boundless surpassing state. Looks like I'll have to go to the boundless surpassing state." Chu Li sighed. "The Heaven's Eye divine power is amazing. It can actually find me." He thought that even if he used the Heavenly Star Insight skill and the All-Seeing Eye, it would be difficult to find him. If he could combine the Heaven's Eye with the Omniscient Mirror and the Heavenly Star Insight skill, the power would be even more amazing. This time, thanks to the Heaven-Shaking Pavilion's Universe Jade, Senior Sister Fu's Heavens, I won't be able to find me, Xiao Qi said. "You must be careful of the Heaven-Shaking Pavilion. They're very powerful." Chu Li nodded. "Madam, don't worry. I'll be going into isolated cultivation soon." "You're not going after the Divine Light Sword?" Xiao Qi smiled faintly. Chu Li smiled. "All right, I can't hide it from you, madam. I'm going to the heavenly demonic realm to see if I can find the Divine Light Sword." "Be careful," Xiao Qi said. She knew that she could not persuade him, so she did not try. Chu Li hugged her tightly. "Madam, cultivate well too." Xiao Qi nodded. She came over because she was worried and wanted to see if Chu Li was injured. Seeing him like this, she felt relieved and immediately left to avoid Fu Kaiwei's suspicions. Not long after she left, Sun Mingyue came over and said a few words before leaving. Chu Li sighed and immediately set off to the heavenly demonic realm. He wanted to see if the Divine Light Sword was in the heavenly demonic realm or if it was a rumor made by Azura. On the morning of the third day, he returned to the Flying Heaven sect and told them about his experience in the outer heavenly realm. Then, he asked Zhao Lingfeng about the Divine Light Sword. Chapter 2178. Sect Leader, does that mean we don't know if the Divine Light Sword is here? Chu Li frowned. He had already transformed into Wu Yuanxi with a serious expression. Zhao Lingfeng said, "We've only heard of it but not seen the sword. Besides, it could be another sect's trick, so we didn't go after it. We don't practice swordsmanship after all, so it's not a big deal to have the Divine Light Sword." Chu Li said, "I heard that the Divine Light Sword is extremely sharp and has other secrets. It's from the upper heaven. If it was not from the upper heaven, he would not have gone after it. 9 swords was enough for him to worry about. 9 swords was enough for him to dominate the world. Because of the sky pearl and the life and death scripture, he could now go straight to the upper heaven and feel the power of the spiritual energy there. That was why he wanted to know the secrets of the sword from the upper heaven. Others might not be able to grasp the secrets of the Divine Light Sword, but he had a better chance. If he used the spiritual energy from the upper heaven to activate the Divine Light Sword, he might be able to inherit it and use it. It's just groundless rumors." Zhao Lingfeng shook his head. "Don't take it seriously. If you really want to find it, ask the Butterfly Dance sect. They might have some information." Chu Li nodded. Zhao Lingfeng said, "But don't get too caught up in it. Don't get tricked." Chu Li pondered. "I heard that the Divine Light Sword is related to the Azura. The Azura have been restless recently." Zhao Lingfeng frowned. "Many of them have entered the heavenly demonic realm to assassinate I Ching Song. They're getting more and more aggressive. If this continues, the Dream Sect might fail." Chu Li asked, "Sect Leader, why don't you ban the Azura from entering?" "Because there might not be only one I Ching Song." Zhao Lingfeng said, "There might be more I Ching Song. If we ban the Azura from entering, the Azura will definitely ban us from entering the Azura realm." Chu Li raised his eyebrows. "Have any of us entered the Azura realm?" "Yes, a few." Zhao Lingfeng nodded. "Some of the Dream Sect's disciples have entered. We haven't reached an agreement with the Mystic Heart sect yet. We might not be able to go on like this." Chu Li frowned. "Sect Leader, are you looking for I Ching Song too?" "Of course," Zhao Lingfeng said. "You don't know how important this is." Chu Li nodded slowly. As the two of them were talking, a clear voice came from outside. Sect Master Huang is here." "Let her in," Zhao Lingfeng said. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Tianyi floated in. Her graceful figure carried a faint fragrance that refreshed one's heart. Chu Li gave a fist salute. Huang Tianyi waved his hand lightly, his eyes gleaming. "Do you have something important to attend to? Do I need to leave?" "There's no need." Zhao Lingfeng's smile was gentle, and his gaze was gentle. "We're talking about the Divine Light Sword. You want the Divine Light Sword?" Huang Tianyi was surprised. He shook his head and said, "Don't you know this is a trap? Tell me about it." Zhao Lingfeng said, "I didn't notice it earlier. It's just a myth." Huang Tianyi said, "It's just a rumor. The Divine Light Sword doesn't exist. It's said to be Azura's divine sword, but Azura doesn't even have it." Chu Li furrowed his brows, and his expression darkened. Huang Tianyi pursed his lips and smiled. "Looks like you've all been tricked. This Divine Light Sword has stirred up a commotion in the Outland realm. It's just a small trick. Looks like not only are the heavenly demons greedy, but the celestials aren't too bad either." Chu Li asked, "There's no such sword?" Huang Tianyi nodded. "This is a trap we've set up for Azura." Chu Li had already guessed that this was a trap set up by Huang Tianyi. He frowned and said, "But why did you say that the Divine Light Sword has entered the heavenly demon realm? Wouldn't that exacerbate the conflict with the Celestials?" Huang Tianyi chuckled. "We'll let them know that we're not on the same side as Azura. We're just using each other, and we're already dirty." Chu Li gave him a thumbs up. "You're brilliant, Sect Leader Huang." He was genuinely impressed. He had been tricked into believing in the Divine Light Sword's existence. One could not escape from the situation because of one's own desires. No matter how smart one was, there was no use. Huang Tianyi said, "Azura is getting more and more wary of us. We need this to ease the tension." Sect leader Chung still wants to ease the tension with Azura. You don't hate Azura? Chuli asked. I do, but I don't want to cut ties with Azura, Huang Tianyi said. Whether or not Azura can assassinate I Ching Song depends on their capabilities. From what I see, sect leader Chung is secretly allowing them to do so. Otherwise, why would I Ching Song hate Azura so much? Huang Tianyi said. That's true. Moreover, Great Dream Sect want to find more I Ching Song. Zhao Lingfeng nodded. Huang Tianyi shook his head and sighed. It's a pity, sect leader Su. Tianfeng sect is doomed. Are we going to start? Zhao Lingfeng asked. Huang Tianyi sighed. Yes, we're about to start. We're just waiting for sect leader Cheng's order. Yuan Si, if there's nothing else, return to the Outland. Don't get involved in the attack on Tianfeng sect, Zhao Lingfeng said. Chu Li asked, are we going to destroy Tianfeng sect? Impossible. We won't be able to destroy the sect. We'll just hurt their vitality so that they won't be able to recover. Consider it a warning to Tianfeng sect. Zhao Lingfeng shook his head. Chu Li Fizz saluted. I'll go back first then. Go, Zhao Lingfeng said. There's no need to rush things here. Chu Li nodded and left after bowing to Huang Tianyi. Huang Tianyi watched as Chu Li left and shook his head. Wu Yuanci is a powerful person. He won't be inferior to you in the future. I'll be able to relax after a few more years of training. Zhao Lingfeng sighed. Huang Tianyi's eyes flickered. Can you really let it go? As long as Yuan Si can shoulder the burden, there's nothing I can't let go of. Zhao Lingfeng said. Huang Tianyi stared at him tenderly. Chu Li returned the next day. The divine light sword that he had high hopes for did not exist. In the end, it was all for naught. Fortunately, he seized the opportunity to snatch 4 of the 9 swords. He only needed to get the other 3 swords. He thought about using the divine light sword again to lure the snake out of its hole and snatch the other 3 swords back. No matter how clumsy a plan was, it would succeed as long as it triggered people's greed. In the end, he gave up on the idea. The 3 swords in the city of 10,000 swords would not be moved easily. Guobairu would definitely be wary of his presence and would not dare to leave the city of 10,000 swords with the swords. Filled with anger, he made a turn and headed towards the Azuras. In the evening, he encountered a group of Azuras, so he immediately attacked. He transformed into a strange-looking middle-aged man and directly killed the 10 Azuras. Then, he lured out 4 great Azuras. The 4 great Azuras were thin but strong. They suddenly appeared and surrounded him. Chu Li was not in a hurry to attack. He said, I heard that the Azura world has a divine light sword. The 4 great Azuras were stunned and then laughed coldly. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. He was surprised and laughed. There really is a divine light sword? One of the great Azuras said. So what if there is? So what if there isn't? Chu Li said, if there is, I'd like to see it. Chapter 2179. One of the great Azuras said, even if it exists, it's not something you can covet. Chu Li smiled. Shanhua sword. How interesting. The great Azura's expression changed and scoffed. How did you know? Only Azuras knew about the existence of Shanhua sword, and only great Azuras. Normal Azuras did not know. Chu Li said, you Azuras use palm techniques, and you even have a god weapon. How strange. Where did you get it from? Humph. That sword originally belonged to us, the great Azura said. Who are you? He was very curious about Chu Li's identity. Those who knew about the existence of the divine light sword would not spread this information. Even the heavenly demon did not know about it, and only thought that the divine light sword did not exist. This was not a lie. The divine light sword did not exist. Only the divine light sword existed. Chu Li shook his head. The one who killed you. He knew about the existence of Shanhua sword, but he completely gave up. The Shanhua sword was in the Azura boundary, but it was in the center of the Azura boundary. It was impossible to sneak in and take it. As he finished, he did not move and activated God's slaying sword and leeching sword. The 4 Azuras paused for a moment and flew up. Their heads had been removed, and they turned into 4 heart of Azura and disappeared. Chu Li shook his head. and walked around the foreign battleground. After killing 2 batches of great Azuras, he quickly left. No matter how strong he would be in danger if he was entangled by too many great Azuras. As soon as he returned to the outland boundary, he suddenly had a thought and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in his courtyard in Drizzle City. A warm voice came from outside. "Brother Chu? Brother Chu?" His voice was soft as if he was afraid of disturbing Chu Li. Chu Li let out a long sigh and said, "Brother Wen, please come in." He quickly changed into a new set of clothes and went to the small courtyard. When Su was standing in the courtyard with his hands behind his back, when he saw Chu Li, he fist saluted apologetically. "Brother Chu, I'm really sorry for disturbing your isolated cultivation." Chu Li shook his head. "Brother Wen wouldn't have disturbed me if there's nothing important." Sigh. When Su shook his head, "It's a little troublesome." Chu Li said, "Go ahead. Miss Fu Kaiwei of Great Sky Peak is here." Wen said, "She is with young Mississippi." Chu Li frowned. "Miss Fu?" He said warmly, "She's the #1 youth expert of Taihao Peak, and she's also Brother Chu's wife's senior sister. I can't not meet her, can I?" Chu Li smiled bitterly. "Why did she come to see me?" She said that she happened to pass by and wanted to meet her. When Su sighed, "This Miss Fu's way of doing things is like a heavenly steed soaring into the sky. Ordinary people would not be able to imagine it. Even if she came by, we can't avoid meeting her." Chu Li asked, "Did you mention that I was an isolated cultivation?" She did. When Su shook his head and said, "She said she wanted to stay here and wait for Brother Chu." Chu Li sighed. "It's indeed necessary. Let's go then." "Brother Chu," Wen Su said as he walked out, "it's best not to fight her." "Brother Wen, are you afraid that I'll humiliate myself?" Chu Li asked. "This Miss Fu's martial arts are unparalleled in the world." When Su shook his head and sighed, "She's said to be the #1 young expert of Taihao Peak, but in fact there are very few people in Taihao Peak who can defeat her, let alone in the martial arts world." Chu Li said, "Is she the world's #1 master?" Other than those old demons, when Su said, "She's the #1 master in the martial arts world." Chu Li nodded and smiled. "Then I'd like to learn a thing or two from her. Even if I can't defeat her, I can still benefit from it." "That's true." When Su smiled and said, "Brother Chu, you're so broad-minded. No wonder your cultivation level is so strong." He felt somewhat ashamed of his inferiority. When he met Fu Kaiwei, he wanted to avoid her and not make a move against her, so as to avoid losing face. A dignified 7 feet tall man losing to a delicate woman was indeed a loss of face. However, Brother Chu was different. He thought that he could benefit from it and was more broad-minded than Wen Su. He could only admire him. Chu Li and Wen Su's feet were light as they shuttled through the busy streets like fishes. Soon, they arrived at Shui Liyu's residence and arrived at the backyard. As soon as they entered, they heard Shui Liyu's charming laughter. At that moment, Shui Liyu in a lake green gown and Fu Kaiwei in a white gown were sitting in a gazebo on the lake. They were talking and laughing, both beautiful and charming. They were like 2 beautiful flowers that people could not take their eyes off. When Su raised his voice and said, "My lady, Brother Chu is here," the 2 women turned to look at him, their eyes clear as water. Chu Li Fist saluted and smiled. "My lady, greetings, Miss Fu." Fu Caiwei's bright eyes were still smiling. She said in a sweet voice, "Come over. Sister Zhao's husband is not an outsider. You don't have to be so polite." Chu Li smiled and nodded. He crossed the corridor in 2 steps and arrived at the gazebo on the lake. Shui Liyu said, "Sister Fu was passing by and came to see me. She also wanted to meet you." Chu Li looked at Fu Kaiwei. He knew that Fu Caiwei's purpose was not simple, and she was suspicious. Fu Kaiwei scrutinized him carefully. Her eyes were as clear as water and did not seem aggressive at all. Instead, it was as if she could see through Chu Li's thoughts. She smiled and said, "Chu Li, I've always wanted to meet you." Chu Li smiled. "Let's sit down and talk." She stretched out her hand. Chu Li sat opposite the 2 women and looked at Fu Kaiwei calmly. The table was not big, and he could smell the 2 women's different fragrances. Shui Liyu's fragrance was delicate and Fu Kaiwei's sandalwood scent was faintly discernible. Fu Kaiwei said, "Since you're Sister Zhao's husband, you must be related to Sister Sun, right?" Chu Li hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Miss Sun and I are very close. We can be considered bosom friends." "Bosom friends?" Fu Kaiwei curled her red lips and scoffed. "You're really lucky. I heard that a powerful disciple from the elusive Nine Heavens sect is also your wife." Chu Li nodded. It seemed that Fu Kaiwei had investigated him carefully. "I also heard that the city of 10,000 swords, heaven-killing sword, is in your hands?" Fu Kaiwei said. Chu Li said, "The heaven-killing sword is in my hands, but it's hard to say whether it belongs to the city of 10,000 swords. After all, it's thousands of years old. It's hard to say." "That's true," Fu Kaiwei said, "but the city of 10,000 swords might not think so. They've tried to kill you, haven't they?" Chu Li smiled. "The city of 10,000 swords has always been overbearing. How can they be reasonable with me?" "What about now?" Fu Kaiwei asked. Chu Li said, "As long as there's a chance, they'll still attack me. It doesn't matter if I'm from the Palace of Rain Masters or not." "Then you don't have to be so courteous," Fu Kaiwei said. "How can the 9 divisions let them be so presumptuous?" Chu Li smiled. "That's right." Fu Kaiwei smiled. "Why don't we have a spar? I want to see the heaven-killing sword." Chu Li frowned. "Miss Fu, the heaven-killing sword is too murderous. It's better not to see it. Moreover, the price of using it is too high. I need to burn my lifespan. I really can't use it more than a few times. I've always used it to save my life. I don't usually use it." "Oh," Fu Kaiwei's smile widened. "All the more reason to see it. Just treat it as if you're in danger." "This..." Chu Li hesitated. He knew that it was unavoidable this time, but he could not go along with her wishes. Chapter 2180. I'm just curious about the sky-killing sword. I want to see how powerful it is to drive the city of 10,000 swords crazy. Fu Kaiwei chuckled. "Do you know that the sky-killing sword isn't the best among the 9 swords of the city of 10,000 swords?" Chu Li nodded. "I heard that it's only average. Unfortunately, the people from the city of 10,000 swords didn't manage to reclaim the sky-killing sword. Obviously, this isn't reliable." Fu Kaiwei said, "The sword technique is important, but the cultivation level is more important." Shuai Liu said, "Sister Fu doesn't seem to be here to see me, but to see Chu Li. Why don't you let Chu Li follow you to Taihao Peak?" Fu Kaiwei shook her head. "He can't enter Taihao Peak. He can only stay at the foot of the mountain." Shuai Liu said, "It's cruel to separate the husband and wife. They should meet each other." As a superior, she had to protect her subordinates, or else dissension would be inevitable. She saw that Fu Kaiwei was about to fight Chu Li and valued him more. She did not want to force him and naturally supported him. Fu Kaiwei said, "Junior sister Xiao and the others are at a crucial point in their cultivation. They're already in isolated cultivation and can't meet him. They can only wait at the guest house at the foot of the mountain." "Isolated cultivation again," Shuai Liu said. "It seems like their cultivation is going well. Both of them are extremely talented." Fu Kaiwei smiled. "They might even surpass me in the future." Chu Li laughed. "Thank you for your kind words, Miss Fu. All right, young master. Gather. Xian, ancient dew. Chao Huaisang Junbei Blockberry and Bone Fence. Send Emperor Bridge Capture. Jasmine, E.G. Sheet Jun. Chu Li said, "Miss Fu is the #1 master. Why would I be afraid of losing? Then cut the crap and do it." Fu Kaiwei scoffed. She got up gracefully and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, she appeared on the small martial arts field in the backyard and waved at Chu Li. They were about 100 meters apart. Chu Li looked at Shuai Liu and smiled helplessly. Shuai Liu said, "Go ahead. Don't be afraid of hurting her." Chu Li nodded and appeared in front of Fu Kaiwei in a flash. "Miss Fu, please." He slowly pulled out the heaven-slaughtering sword from his waist. His movements were gentle as he slowly stabbed towards Fu Kaiwei's chest. Fu Kaiwei felt a powerful force binding her and was unable to struggle. She shook her sword lightly, and a muffled bang was heard. The world seemed to tremble, as if there was an earthquake. Then, She flicked the tip of her sword lightly. Ding! The heaven-slaughtering sword trembled, and the restriction on the surroundings dissipated. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Miss Fu has great martial arts. Heaven-killing sword is not bad either. Fu Kaiwei snorted. She could sense that Chu Li's heaven regicide sword was different from the heaven regicide sword she had encountered before, but there was still a hint of similarity. This made her unable to determine whether it was the same person or not. She suddenly took out a string of prayer beads from her sleeve and shot it at Chu Li in a flash of golden light. Chu Li held his sword horizontally to block the attack. The golden light silently merged with the blade of the sword and disappeared without a trace. Fu Kaiwei was relieved. It seemed that this guy was not a sky demon. Since he wasn't a sky demon, then he couldn't be ever-changing. The middle-aged man from before wasn't him. It seemed like he was mistaken. The heaven-murdering sword arts was indeed astonishing. Chu Li's cultivation level seemed to be slightly lower than that of the great heavenly demon, so the power of the regicide sky sword was slightly weaker. Chu Li asked, Miss Fu, do you want to fight again? There's no need. Fu Kaiwei shook her head. The heaven-murdering sword is indeed extraordinary. There's no need to compete anymore. Chu Li smiled. Miss Fu, what antique study are you using? The sky-throwing seal, Fu Kaiwei replied. Chu Li nodded. What a sky-throwing seal? Fu Kaiwei pondered. The sky-throwing seal is a good sword technique, but you must be careful when you encounter a heavenly demon. Thank you. Chu Li nodded. Fu Kaiwei suddenly appeared behind him in a flash and struck him with her palm. Her movements were so fast that it was almost impossible to dodge. Chu Li struck backward with his palm. In this emergency, he had unconsciously used the spiritual energy from the upper heaven. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Fu Kaiwei took 2 steps back, and her expression changed. Chu Li cursed inwardly. This time, all his previous efforts were in vain. Fu Kaiwei's actions were really unconstrained and unpredictable. He did not expect her to suddenly strike while she was talking. This palm strike had exposed him. Fu Kaiwei felt the strange inner energy colliding in her body. It took a while for it to calm down. It was different from the inner energy that she had suffered before, but it had a similar characteristic. She laughed as if nothing had happened. As expected of Chu Li, you're quite capable. Chu Li sighed. I'm ashamed. Miss Fu, please be careful. The sword force of the sky-throwing sword technique is quite insidious. It's not easy to expel it. This was considered a remedy, but it was only to do one's best and leave the rest to fate. It might not be able to fool Fu Kaiwei. Shuelu fluttered over. Sister Fu, you're too unruly. You always sneak attacks. If I were, I would have been dead. Fu Kaiwei smiled. She returned to the gazebo on the lake in a flash and smiled. Has Chu Li been in isolated cultivation these days? Shuelu replied, yes. His martial arts is so powerful, and he's so brave and diligent. It's really shameful. When Su and the others have been motivated to train hard, Fu Kaiwei smiled. Have you been staying in Drizzle City? Chu Li also flashed into the gazebo and said yes. Fu Kaiwei smiled. Don't you find it boring? Don't you want to go out for some fresh air? Chu Li knew that she was already suspicious. He could not hide it from her. Shuelu said, Sister Fu, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. She could tell that there was something else in Fu Kaiwei's words. Fu Kaiwei said, you'll have to ask Chu Li if he went out to join in the fun. Chu Li smiled. I heard that everyone is fighting for the divine light sword. You know about it even when you're in isolated cultivation. Fu Kaiwei smiled. Are you interested in taking this sword? Chu Li said, forget it. I have the sky-killing sword. Then don't you want to combine the 9 swords into one and take the other 8 swords from the city of 10,000 swords? Fu Kaiwei smiled. You're not far from that goal. What do you mean? Shuelu asked. Sister Fu, what are you talking about? Chu Li smiled. It'll be best if I can get the 9 swords. Don't even dream about it. Fu Kaiwei said, the city of 10,000 swords won't bring the remaining swords out unless you can force your way into the city of 10,000 swords and take them. Chu Li said, that's a good idea. Then I'll wait and see. Fu Kaiwei scoffed. She stopped smiling. Seeing that Chu Li had no intention of hiding it, she knew that he was the one who snatched the swords earlier. What was more annoying was that junior sister Xiao and junior sister Sun might know about it. In the end, she was the only one in the dark. Not only had she been deceived by the three of them, but they had also deceived everyone. Shueluoyu was getting more and more confused, but she knew that the two of them were hiding something from her. She glared at Fu Kaiwei with dissatisfaction. Fu Kaiwei picked up her teacup and took a sip before looking away. Shueluoyu looked at Chu Li again. Chu Li coughed softly and looked at the lake. All right, it's up to you. Shueluoyu shook her head. Chu Li, you can go back first. Go, go. Fu Kaiwei waved her hand. Chu Li bowed and left. Chapter 2181. As soon as Chu Li left, Shueluoyu frowned. What's going on, Sister Fu? Is there a grudge between you and Chu Li? No. Fu Kaiwei shook her head and grinned. There's no grudge between us. That's not right. Shueluoyu scoffed. Am I a fool? Tell me. Fu Kaiwei said, I just feel that he's not good enough for junior sister Xiao and junior sister Sunday. Not only are they extremely talented, but they're also extremely smart. What's more, they have great personalities and are kind-hearted. They're really rare good women, but they've been taken by Chu Li alone. It's hard to explain matters of the heart. Shueluoyu frowned. Sister Fu, you're not such a busybody. I'm like sisters with junior sister Xiao and junior sister Sunday. Fu Kaiwei smiled. You're like sisters. Am I not as good as you? Shueluoyu was annoyed. Fu Kaiwei smiled. There's more than one sister. Why are you jealous? It's not that easy to subdue Chu Li. You're using him, but he'll use you instead. I know. Shueluoyu said. We're just taking what we need. He needs enough power to change the Elder Society's decision on the lower realm, and I need to inherit my father's Rainmaster Hall. You. Fu Kaiwei shook her head. It's not good to be too ambitious, especially if you're not worthy of it. It'll only make you suffer. I won't help anyway. I know. Shueluoyu rolled her eyes. Chu Li sat at the stone table in his courtyard, deep in thought. Fu Kaiwei did suspect him, but he was certain that Fu Kaiwei could not be sure. After all, it was only a trace of spiritual energy from the upper heaven, and the two spiritual energies were different. The technique was different. One was to use the heaven-killing sword art, and the other was to use the palm force. The heaven-killing sword art was even more powerful, and it contained the power of lifespan, so it was different from the palm force, but it was similar at the root. It was inevitable for Fu Kaiwei to suspect him, but she could not be sure, so she tried to sound him out. It would be troublesome to admit it. The most important thing was the change of appearance and the martial arts of the Heavenflight sect. If he was suspected of colluding with the heavenly demon, it would be even more troublesome. He might even become the public enemy of the heavenly realm. However, it was not impossible. Fu Kaiwei was smarter than most people, so there was no point in denying it. A white shadow flashed, and Fu Kaiwei appeared in front of him. Amidst the faint fragrance, her bright eyes flickered. Chu Li, who exactly are you? Chu Li smiled. What exactly is Miss Fu investigating? You stole the treasured swords of 10,000 Sword Cities Guobairu and 1,000 Illusions Cities Yanggaogong, didn't you? Fu Kaiwei snorted. Chu Li shook his head. I don't understand what you mean. Fu Kaiwei frowned. You're denying it again? Chu Li could not help but laugh. Miss Fu, what did I admit earlier? You stole their treasured swords, Fu Kaiwei said. Chu Li shook his head. I've never done such a thing before. I've always been in isolated cultivation, and I would occasionally go out to relax. As for their treasured sword, I really don't know anything about it. How cunning. Fu Kaiwei rolled her eyes at him and said, It seems like it has nothing to do with you. The martial arts that you used was the same as the great sky demons. Your inner strength is different, but your inner strength is similar. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Did he secretly cultivate our heart technique? Chu Li, you dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it. Fu Kaiwei scoffed. Chu Li said, I can't just admit to everything, right? Sure, do you dare to swear? Fu Kaiwei scoffed. Do you dare to swear to the enlightened master that you didn't steal Guobairu and Yang Gaogong's treasured swords? Chu Li smiled helplessly and sighed. All right, I really don't dare swear. It's really you, Fu Kaiwei said impatiently. Chu Li said, Miss Fu, why are you so persistent in pursuing them? They're not good people. I only stole their treasured swords, not killed them. Based on their evil deeds, it's not wrong to kill them. Why didn't you kill them then? Fu Kaiwei scoffed. Chu Li said, it's not the right time. I'll settle the score with them in the future. Guo Bairu and Yang Gaogong were unscrupulous people to achieve their goals. Countless souls had died in their hands, but because they wanted to use them to steal the remaining treasured swords, they did not make a move and allowed them to live for a few more days. Fu Kaiwei asked, how did you change your appearance? It's not difficult to change one's appearance, is it? Chu Li said, many people have mastered this antique study. Fu Kaiwei scoffed. What about the Flying Heaven sect? You know the heavenly demonic realm very well. Chu Li nodded. Yes, I know a lot about the heavenly demonic sect because I've met many heavenly demons in the foreign battlefields and even encountered several assassination attempts by the great heavenly demon. That's not a big deal, is it? Fu Kaiwei asked, how did you learn the flying divine demonic claw? I saw them perform it and thought it was good, so I learned it. Chu Li said, I heard that you have a photographic memory and can memorize other people's martial arts after seeing it once. I'm not bad either. You could do it too? Fu Kaiwei frowned. Chu Li nodded. More or less. Looks like I've underestimated you. Fu Kaiwei scoffed and glanced at him from the corner of her eye. There really weren't any loopholes in his push. He was just an opportunist who took advantage of the chaos created by the divine light, soared to fish in troubled waters. There was nothing to blame him for. Chu Li smiled. Looks like you don't believe me? Why don't you give it a try? Sure. Fu Kaiwei scoffed. Let's exchange a few moves and see if you can memorize them. As soon as she finished speaking, she stretched out her hand. Her jade-like palm spun and turned into a blade light that slashed diagonally. Chu Li flicked his finger at her palm. Fu Kaiwei felt the sharp finger force and knew that she could not take it head-on. She rotated her palm and changed from a vertical slash to a horizontal slash. While avoiding the finger force, her forward momentum did not change as she continued to slash diagonally. Chu Li punched out and met the jade-like palm. Bam! Both of them took a step back at the same time. Fu Kaiwei's cultivation level was higher than Chu Li's, but when she encountered Chu Li's extremely pure inner energy, her forward momentum immediately slowed down. The fist force went straight into her arm and then into her organs. If she wanted to hit her heart meridian, she could only take 2 steps back to neutralize it. Strange. Fu Kaiwei frowned and activated a strange skill to destroy this inner energy. Her feet fluttered as she changed from retreating to walking diagonally. Once again, she arrived beside Chu Li and slashed with her palm. The blade force was exquisite and sharp. Chu Li punched again. In the blink of an eye, both of them had exchanged more than 10 moves. After that, Chu Li also slashed his palm like a blade and fought with Fu Kaiwei. When Fu Kaiwei saw him like this, she changed her move again. The long sword at her waist turned into a flash of light and continuously attacked Chu Li. She retreated after 1 thrust and changed into an even faster sword. She also retreated when she encountered obstacles. Her sword was even faster, like a burst dam. Chu Li pulled out his Sky Killer sword and performed the same move. All right. Fu Kaiwei suddenly retreated and sheathed her sword. Her bright eyes stared at Chu Li. I didn't expect you to be so capable. Chu Li smiled. You're not suspecting that my wife and Mingyu taught me, are you? They've never seen these 2 sets of martial arts. Chu Li, what are you trying to do? Fu Kaiwei scoffed. Chu Li said, Miss Fu should know. Chapter 2182. Where there's a will, there's nothing impossible, Chu Li said. Fu Kaiwei shook her head. You're ambitious, but you can't do it. Chu Li said, now that I've gathered 6 swords, there's only 3 left. It shouldn't be difficult, right? He felt that Fu Kaiwei was arrogant but upright, so he could rope her in as a helper. Of course, he knew that Fu Kaiwei must have a favor to ask and wanted to help her. It would be best if they could help each other. Fortunately, he had the spiritual energy of the upper heaven, or else he would not be Fu Kaiwei's match. To Fu Kaiwei, men who were not her match were too lazy to talk to her. In a short time, he had figured out Fu Kaiwei's arrogant temperament. Fu Kaiwei was surprised. "You've gathered 6 swords?" Chu nodded and smiled. "Hard work pays off. This time, it's all thanks to Azura spreading the legend of the Divine Light Sword." Now that he had completely figured out the inside story, he felt that people were easily manipulated. Fu Kaiwei frowned. "But the other 3 swords won't be easy." Chu said, "If Miss Fu is willing to help, it shouldn't be difficult." "How can I help?" Fu Kaiwei asked curiously. "Just barge in and take them." Chu said, "They don't have the other swords, so there's nothing to be afraid of. It's just that the other 3 swords are inside the formation to suppress it." "That's right." Fu Kaiwei said, "We can't just barge in, can we?" Chu said, "If Miss Fu wants to help, you can barge in and activate the formation. Then I'll take the opportunity to take the 3 swords." "You can barge into the formation?" Fu Kaiwei frowned. No matter how weak the city of 10,000 swords is, its formation is still very powerful. "I can't go in alone, even if the 2 of us work together." Chu smiled. "I'll be inside. Let's work together." Fu Kaiwei suddenly understood Chu Li's plan and looked at him in shock. "You've already infiltrated the city of 10,000 swords." She recalled that Chu Li's ability to change his appearance might be similar to the Heavenly Demon's secret skill. However, the strength of the Heavenly Demon's secret skill was that he could change his appearance at will without revealing any flaws. Other than the Heavenly Demon's ability, no other secret skill in the world could do it. The secret skill that Chu Li cultivated was probably the same. He could change his appearance, but he could not decide what he wanted to look like, so he was not much of a threat. It would be even more difficult for him to sneak into other sections. He would have to do it step by step, and it would take a long time. On the other hand, the heavenly demonic power was different. It could simply find a disciple to replace it. It was extremely terrifying. Chu Li nodded. Otherwise, how could he have stolen those swords? It is indeed a good method. Fu Kaiwei revealed an excited expression and said with interest, "Tell me, how do we cooperate?" Chu Li said, "Miss Fu, you can openly deal with the city of 10,000 swords, or you can cover your face. In short, you just need to activate the formation. I'll take the opportunity to look for a weak point and take the 3 swords away." "What's in it for me?" Fu Kaiwei asked. Chu Li smiled. "Is there anything that Miss Fu needs my help with?" "Help me kill someone," Fu Kaiwei said. Chu Li asked who. Fu Kaiwei shook her head. "You have to agree first, then you can tell me who it is." Chu Li laughed. "How can I agree if I don't know who it is? What if it's my friend or someone I'm related to? How can I agree?" That's true. The Thunderpool Master, Song Wuji." Fu Kaiwei said. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. He did not expect that the person Fu Kaiwei wanted to kill was him. This was exactly what he wanted. For such a coincidence to happen, the heavens were really helping him. Fu Kaiwei scoffed. "Why are you afraid?" Chu Li said, "Miss Fu can't kill Song Wuji. Song Wuji is a genius among geniuses. His qualifications are better than mine, and he has a high chance of becoming a great enlightened master. Although my qualifications are good, my martial arts is only the youth champion. Killing Song Wuji is as difficult as ascending to heaven." Fu Kaiwei shook her head. Chu Li frowned. "Song Wuji is that strong? He's stronger than you think," Fu Kaiwei said. Chu Li said, "Then, isn't he the world's #1 master? Although he wouldn't dare to say he's #1, he's close." Fu Kaiwei scoffed. "He hasn't fought for a long time, but his martial arts level is really shocking. It's far beyond anyone's imagination." Chu Li smiled. "I like this kind of challenge." "All right, I agree." "You really agree?" Fu Kaiwei frowned. Chu Li raised his hand and swore to kill Song Wuji. Fu Kaiwei smiled. "All right, straightforward. I love working with straightforward people like you the most." Chu Li smiled. "Same to you. How do you want to kill Song Wuji, Miss Fu?" "I haven't thought about it yet." Fu Kaiwei shook her head. "It's hard to do it now. The Thunder Pool is heavily guarded, and it's impossible to barge in. We can only do it when he's out. He's arrogant, So the security isn't that strict. Chu Li pondered. If I combine the 9 swords into one, I might be able to defeat him. Then I'll help you obtain the 9 swords. Fu Kaiwei said. Miss, is your heavens eye really a secret Buddhist technique? Chu Li asked. Fu Kaiwei rolled her eyes at him. Did Sister Xiao or Sister Sun tell you? Chu Li smiled. Of course I have to ask. That's right, it's a Buddhist divine power, Fu Kaiwei scoffed. It's an opportunity one obtained in the boundless surpassing state. Do you want to cultivate this? Chu Li asked. Can you teach me? If it's an antique study from Taihao Peak, of course I can teach you, Fu Kaiwei said. As for the heaven's eye, it's not a problem. It's a Buddhist scripture. Chu Li remained silent. An antique study like the heavens eye would not be easily taught to others. This favor was too great. However, the power of his omniscient mirror and star insight skill was insufficient. If he could integrate the heaven's eye, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Then I'll teach it to you, Fu Kaiwei said. Whether or not you can cultivate it depends on your own luck. Almost everyone in the boundless surpassing state knows this Buddhist scripture, but there aren't many who can cultivate the heaven's eye. Chu Li smiled. My Buddhist nature is quite deep. All right, then listen. Fu Kaiwei read it out loud. Chu Li memorized it after hearing it once. Then, he asked for more details and imprinted them in his mind. The star insight skill began to derive it. At the same time, the Buddhas in his mind chanted louder, as if they were helping him to comprehend it. Chu Li pretended to have recovered from his injuries and entered the inner city again. As a registered disciple, he began to busy himself. Most of the time, he was still transporting cold iron in the Cold Iron Valley. At night, he would return to his courtyard in the inner city to rest. He had been paying attention to the 3 swords. He wanted to find out their location so that he could snatch them away. However, the 3 swords were located in the basilica, which blocked the prying of the omniscient mirror. His heavens eye had yet to be formed, so he could not see where the 3 swords were. He could only secretly observe the formation. If he could see the formation, he would be able to break it in the future and find the location of the 3 swords at the same time. In the evening, when Chu Li was eating in his courtyard, he suddenly heard a clear shout. Then, a few protectors flew into the inner city. The inner city shook as if there was an earthquake. At the same time, a purple light rose from the sky. The purple light quickly dissipated, but the invisible force remained, shrouding the entire inner city. Dong, 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 dong. The bell rang 6 times. Chapter 2183. Chu Li secretly sighed. A clear and powerful voice rang in the sky. All disciples return to your original positions. Other than the official disciples, the rest of the disciples are not to act rashly. Otherwise, they will be punished as rebels. All clans, take care of yourselves. The voice rang in everyone's ears. Chu Li frowned as he looked at the orderly inner city. There was no chaos at all. Everyone had returned to their respective positions and were curiously looking at the gate of the inner city. They wanted to see who had the guts to barge into the inner city. The inner city was protected by a formation that was almost impossible to break. Unless all the sects attacked at the same time, it was impossible to barge in. Other than that, no one would barge into the city of 10,000 swords. It was no different from courting death. Who dares to barge into the city of 10,000 swords? Tell me your name. Guobairu's powerful voice rang. Chu Li felt that Guobairu's skills had improved. Obviously, the inner city had a treasure that could help his cultivation. The huge city of 10,000 swords had a deep foundation. There must be treasures that others could not imagine. Chu Li guessed that Guobairu had a treasure sword with him. Even if he lost the leeching sword, he would take another one. Would it be the violent thunder sword, the diabolic sword, or even the great compassion sword? What city of 10,000 swords? I want to see how powerful you are. A clear and sonorous voice rang out. It shook everyone's blood as if the formation could not block her power. Guobairu sat in the middle of the hall. His expression changed slightly. 8 elders sat beside him, and they all looked pale. The person who barged into the formation had such a high cultivation level. Even after being isolated by the formation, she was still so powerful. If she could shake their blood, then the blood of the other disciples would be even more so. She did not need anything else. Just this alone was enough to cause great damage to the city of 10,000 swords. "Governor, I'll go out and take a look," a chubby elder said. "I'll check her out. There are very few people in the world with such skills." "Who could it be?" Another elder frowned and sighed. "Who did we offend?" "Governor, did you meet them when you went out for the divine light sword?" "No," Gwilbairu said. "They are all small sections. I have not fought with the powerful sections." Gwilbairu knew how to seek fortune and avoid calamity. The truly powerful sects would not fight with force. Fortunately, he had not encountered any troublesome sections. It was a pity that he had encountered a great sky demon and lost his leeching sword. "Could it be that they're here to steal our treasured swords?" Another old man asked in a deep voice. "You've already robbed them, yet you still dare to barge into our city of 10,000 swords?" The square-faced old man sitting on Gwilbairu's left said in a deep voice, "Are we going to snatch the other swords and gather all 9 swords?" Gwilbairu said, "The one who stole my sword was the great sky demon, a man. Or are they in cahoots?" "Miss, who are you?" Gwilbairu asked in a deep voice. His voice drifted out of the formation and fell into Fu Kaiwei's ears. Fu Kaiwei snorted lightly. Her voice was no longer the same as before. It was clear and sonorous, as if she had become a completely different person. "You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that your city of 10,000 swords deserves to die 1,000 times over." After saying that, she let out a long whistle. The whistle was like a raging wave that surged through the entire city of 10,000 swords and engulfed all the disciples. Many of them immediately fainted, while many more were injured and desperately channeled to resist the attack. Gwilbairu's expression changed drastically. He quickly pulled out his long sword and flicked his finger at the long sword that was as gentle as water. Ding, ding, ding. A clear sound was heard. It was as if a large hand was quickly caressing the disciples of the city of 10,000 swords. They were all energized, and their boiling blood slowed down. Fu Kaiwei's whistle suddenly became louder, like a raging storm sweeping down. The originally calm blood boiled again, and the whistle suppressed the clear sound. In a short period of time, most of the tens of thousands of disciples from 10,000 Sword City lost their ability to fight. All of them were injured and had blood at the corner of their mouths. Chu Li was shocked. He did not expect Fu Kaiwei to be so powerful. This long whistle was definitely not an ordinary whistle. It was a mystical technique that could unleash the greatest power of one's inner energy. It was important to know that this was protected by a formation that blocked most of the power. Without the protection of the formation, even Gwilbairu and the others would be injured. Gwilbairu flicked the blade with his finger, but his face became paler. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the whistle stopped. The whistle became more intense, as if it wanted to shatter the crowd. The 8 of them reached out and placed their hands on Gwilbairu's back. The 8 of them formed a circle, and the last person pressed his palm on Gwilbairu's back. Inner energy flowed into Gwilbairu's body. 9 people's inner energy came from the same source and merged as one. Gwilbairu was energized and flicked his sword again. Ding! The clear sound of the whistle was heard again, and it suppressed the whistle. Chu Li could not see their situation, but he knew that it must be the joint effort of many people. After thinking about it, he floated out of his courtyard and appeared outside the basilica in a flash. He hid behind a pillar. There were very few disciples from the city of 10,000 sword around. Most of them were in their own courtyards, and there were only 9 people in the basilica. Chu Li then remembered that there were not many old people in the inner city. Most of them were young and middle-aged, and they were not of much help at this time. Instead, they stayed in their courtyards. Seeing that the 9 people in the basilica had connected their inner energy, Chu Li shook his head and moved silently. This was thanks to the flying demon technique, which allowed him to float without a trace. He quickly passed by a few basilicas that the omniscient mirror could not see through. At the same time, he went around the entire inner city to experience the operation of the formation. The omniscient mirror and the flying demon technique complemented each other, but he was not discovered. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of explosions followed, and the whistle did not stop. Chuli could not help but admire Fu Saiwei's strength. She was indeed a disciple of Tai Hao Peak. She had many unique skills and could single-handedly force an entire sect into such a state. The skies seemed to be shaking, and the invisible shield was about to shatter. Guobairu's voice was accompanied by the clear sound of the whistle. Don't panic, everyone. The city defense formation is not that weak. It can withstand the attacks of thousands of masters, let alone one person. The hearts of a city of 10,000 swords disciples instantly calmed down. Indeed, the city defense formation was not that easy to break. This woman who broke the formation was powerful, but she could not break it alone. Chu Li's figure flashed and suddenly appeared in a small courtyard. There were 3 elders with white eyebrows and beards sitting in the small courtyard. The 3 elders' 6 palms were pressed on a long sword that was slightly purple. Chu Li suddenly appeared behind them in a flash. He lightly patted their backs and sealed their acupuncture points. His inner energy was first activated from the soles of their feet, and when their inner energy was in a mess, he attacked. They could not react in time, and before they could even see clearly, Chu Li had already fainted. The sky suddenly shook. Bang, 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 bang. Fu Saiwei's palm energy was endless. The people only thought that her palm energy was so strong that it shook the formation. Chu Li gently shook the long sword and nodded in satisfaction. The sword felt numb. It was the raging thunder sword. The sword's body seemed to contain thunder and lightning, and it was almost impossible to hold it. However, he was least afraid of thunder and lightning, so he easily held it. Then, he flashed to another small courtyard and used the same method. He snatched the other diabolic soul sword. Bang! The purple sky suddenly lit up and shook again. Chapter 2184. The other 2 swords have been snatched, Guobairu said coldly. His eyes were like lightning as he slowly glanced at the entrance of the hall. He said, "You're really capable. You managed to sneak into our city without us knowing. It's not a shame that the swords were snatched. Please show yourself." Chu Li glided into the hall and landed beside a pillar. He shook his head. "Governor Gua, you're really good." Under the observation of the omniscient mirror, the hall was filled with traps that would be triggered with a light touch. Fortunately, his body technique was good. Although he landed on the ground, he did not exert any force. It was no different from stepping on the void. He did not trigger the traps. Guobairu squinted his eyes and pressed on the great compassion sword. He asked, "Who are you?" Chu Li said, "I won't tell you. Hand over the swords." "Why do you want to snatch our swords?" Guobairu said, "It's useless even if you have the swords. Without the sword technique, they're just treasured swords. They won't be able to unleash much power." Chu Li said, "Governor Gua, you don't have to worry about that. Do you think heavenly demons like you can control these swords?" Guobairu sneered. Chu Li said, "If you don't hand over the swords, I can only snatch them by force. There will inevitably be casualties. Why bother?" Bang, bang, bang. A purple light flashed in the sky again. The purple light shield was faintly visible as if it was going to collapse any time. Guobairu's face was pale. The other 8 people looked terrible too. They stared at Chu Li. Guobairu said coldly, "Who's outside?" Chu Li sighed. "Governor Gua, are you still going to hold on?" "Forget it." Guobairu let out a long sigh and said, "You won't reveal your identity. Governor Gua, don't be so curious." Chu Li shook his head. Guobairu said, "I'm not satisfied. I don't even know who I am. I'm so useless." Chu Li smiled. "You're not satisfied because you don't know who you're going to take revenge on? Why are you so anxious? Whoever uses the 9 swords, as one will be the one who snatches the swords. The truth will be revealed sooner or later." Guobairu shook his head. "There won't be a day. 9 swords is one." "Ha!" When Chu Li saw the sarcasm in his sneer, he squinted his eyes and tried to see through his thoughts. Unfortunately, he was protected by a treasure so he could not see through his thoughts. Thus, Chu Li moved closer to them and reached out to grab them. Bang, 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 bang. Guobairu and the other 8 people simultaneously attacked with their palms. Chu Li was like a feather. His body swayed lightly as he moved along with the palm energy, avoiding the 9 palm energies one by one. Unknowingly, he came close and reached out to grab the Great Compassion Sword. Guopairu brandished his sword and slashed diagonally. Chi, like the sound of silk being split, the long sword faintly emitted a golden light. Chu Li glided away to avoid the sword force and smiled. Good sword. Guobairu's complexion suddenly turned golden, matching the faint radiance of his sword. Immediately after, his sword's momentum was vast and endless, and he calmly swung his sword. Chu Li suddenly had a strong intuition. He quickly retreated and did not take the attack head-on. Bang! The air seemed to shatter, forming a muffled explosion. If Chu Li were to stay where he was, even if he could block the sword, his body would not be able to withstand it. Bang! Guobairu swung his sword again. The void exploded, forcing Chu Li to retreat. He did not expect Guobairu to suddenly become so difficult to deal with. This must be the power of the Great Compassion Sword. The observation of the omniscient mirror could not see through his heart technique. It could only see that the sword body emitted a strange power. This strange power connected with the void, and could stir the void. Chu Li frowned. What sword technique is this? The Great Compassion Sword, Guobairu said in a low voice. Bang, 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 bang. The sky suddenly lit up with purple light again, followed by a muffled bang. An invisible wind suddenly appeared, blowing in their faces. The air suddenly became much fresher. The 8 elders' expressions changed slightly. The Great Barrier of the city was actually broken. The foundation of the Great Barrier of the city was the 9 swords, like 9 pillars. Once the 9 swords were removed, the balance of foundation were destroyed. It was extremely fragile. A little external force would break it. Governor, let's go take a look, an elder said. Guobairu looked at Chu Li quietly. He lightly said, There's no need. Don't worry. It's only for the sword, not the person. Chu Li stared at Guobairu and said. The 8 elders stared at Chu Li gloomily. Their killing intent was thick. How lively! A chuckle suddenly sounded. Fu Caiwei's face was covered with a white veil. Her loose green robe fluttered to the entrance of the basilica. Her bright eyes swept across. She shook her head and said, You haven't taken him down yet? Chu Li said, Governor Guo, you're so powerful. Let me do it. Fu Caiwei said. Guobairu turned to stare at Fu Caiwei. He said in a low voice, Miss Fu. He could not see Fu Caiwei's face, but he could feel that it was her. After all, it was rare to see a young woman with such martial arts. In addition to that, he had seen Fu Caiwei before, so he guessed that it was her. Fu Caiwei smiled. Governor Guo, hand over the sword. We'll leave immediately. Taihao Peak is indeed overbearing. Guobairu sneered. Fu Caiwei said, It's none of your business whether Great Heaven Peak is tyrannical or not. Are you going to hand over the sword or not? She had a good understanding of Guobairu's style of doing things. He was tyrannical and unreasonable, and countless experts had died in the city of 10,000 swords. The prestige of the city of 10,000 swords was built on the foundation of killing, so she couldn't be bothered to hide her identity. Even if the Great Void Peak knew of such an ambitious and ruthless character, they would not blame him. So what if he was destroyed? Guobairu took a deep breath and said slowly, Impossible. Then we can only attack. Fu Caiwei appeared in front of Chu Li in a flash. Chu Li said, Be careful. There are traps under your feet. Fu Caiwei snorted. Unorthodox and unimportant. Watch my sword. Guobairu snorted angrily. He took a step forward and arrived before the two of them. He swung the Great Compassion Sword. The golden gleam flickered as if it was solid. Chu Li's expression suddenly changed. He pulled Fu Caiwei up and said, Let's go. Fu Caiwei was about to disappear. Rumble. Amidst the muffled sound, The red mist enveloped the entire hall. Chu Li and Fu Kaiwei were trapped in the red mist. Their bodies flew up, and they felt as if they had turned into powder. Their vision turned black. Chu Li spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood and sat up. He turned his head to look at his surroundings. The blood mist dispersed. The basilica had been razed to the ground. The original furniture, such as tables and chairs, had disappeared. Guobairu and the 8 elders had also disappeared. Only Chu Li and Fu Kaiwei were left on the ground. Fu Kaiwei was lying on the ground motionlessly. The white veil on her face had disappeared, revealing her pale face. She was lying there motionlessly. Chu Li cultivated the heavenly demon scripture, so his body was strong. Although he was heavily injured, he was still conscious. Fu Kaiwei's cultivation level was higher than his, but she could not withstand such a heavy injury. He struggled to get up and went to Fu Kaiwei. He gently channeled some inner energy into her, and Fu Kaiwei quickly woke up. She opened her eyes. Her bright eyes were dazed for a moment before she regained consciousness. She turned her head to take a look and sighed. Mutual destruction. I didn't expect Guobairu to be so unyielding. Chu Li said Guobairu didn't die. Fu Kaiwei frowned. He didn't die together with them. He escaped. Chu Li scoffed. The great compassion sword was nowhere to be seen. The 8 elders were smashed to pieces, but Guobairu escaped with the sword. There was a secret passage at the foot of the basilica. After the formation was broken, the basilica was no longer a secret to him. How despicable! Fu Kaiwei scoffed. She took out a jade bottle and poured out 2 spirit pills. She threw one to Chu Li. Chapter 2185. They channeled for a while and opened their eyes again. A group of disciples from the city of 10,000 swords had gathered outside. Chu Li sighed. Let's go. Fu Kaiwei nodded. Can you find Guobairu? I can try, Chu Li replied. He appeared in Guobairu's courtyard in a flash and found pen. It was Guobairu's usual pen. He imbued it with his energy and closed his eyes to sense it. After a while, Chu Li shook his head. Fu Kaiwei stared at him and smiled when she saw him shaking his head. Why can't you sense it? She knew it was a divine power when she saw Chu Li's appearance. Chu Li sighed. He has a treasure on him that blocked my senses. I'll do it, Fu Kaiwei said. Chu Li smiled and passed her a pen. Fu Kaiwei sat on the couch next to him and closed her eyes. She formed a seal and opened her eyes after a while, shaking her head. Her heavens, I was only at the beginner level and was not powerful enough. Otherwise, she would not have needed to borrow the universe stone. Guobairu seemed to be covered by a treasure, and she could not see where he was. Fu Kaiwei frowned slightly and snorted. Are we going to fail at the last step? Chu Li said, he can run, but he can't. He'll come back eventually, right? Not necessarily. Fu Kaiwei shook her head. Even if we force him? Chu Li asked. Fu Kaiwei said, he's so cold, why would he run out? Even if he ran out, he's confident that we can't do anything to him. Chu Li looked around. This is troublesome. I'm afraid we won't be able to find him for a while. Yes. Fu Kaiwei said, this is the best chance. The city of 10,000 swords is a sect with thousands of years of history. Those old guys are not here, so we can succeed. Once they're here, she shook her head. If they did not seize this opportunity, it would be even harder to snatch his sword. Chu Li said, there's always a way. I'm just afraid that he'll hide in the territory of the old demons in the city of 10,000 swords and not come out. It doesn't matter how powerful we are. You have to give up. Fu Kaiwei shook her head. Chu Li smiled. There's no hurry. We'll talk later. Fu Kaiwei sighed. I'll take my leave. Chu Li smiled. Thank you, Miss Fu. Fu Kaiwei suddenly disappeared. The next moment, Chu Li appeared in a chakram tower and placed the 2 swords in the center of the tower. Apart from a monarch, descending sword, and the great compassion sword, the other 7 swords were all in the tower. This was the safest place. Even if someone used an all-seeing divine power to look for them, they would not be able to find them. He once again appeared in the small courtyard in the inner city of the city of 10,000 swords. He had already changed back to Wu Yuanxi's appearance. He sat quietly in the courtyard, contemplating his gains and losses. Since things had come to this, it was useless to regret. He could only wait for another opportunity. He didn't believe that Guabairu would keep hiding or let those old fellows stay in the inner city. For those old fellows who lived in seclusion, they were not used to living in the inner city. The older they were, the harder it was for them to adapt to the environment. Moreover, even if the old fellows were guarding the inner city, there was still a chance. He took a deep breath, threw away all distracting thoughts, closed his eyes, and began to silently recite the Buddhist scriptures taught by Fukai Wei. One by one, the scriptures circulated in his mind, turning into lotuses. He wanted to completely understand this Buddhist scripture. Once he understood it, he would be able to use the heaven's eye to strengthen his omniscient mirror and heaven star insight. Unfortunately, the more he wanted to understand, the more he couldn't. This was how Buddhism worked. While Chuli was comprehending Buddhism in the small courtyard, a group of white-bearded old men had already rushed into the inner city. All of them looked solemn. After Fukai Wei broke the formation, she did not fight with the disciples of the city of 10,000 swords. Instead, she appeared directly in the basilica. Therefore, most of the disciples of the city of 10,000 swords hid in their own courtyards and did not know what was happening. Without Guabairu's orders, the clan leaders could only stop the disciples from moving. The inner city was quiet. Although the basilica had exploded, the inner city was still peaceful. When these old men entered the inner city, the entire city of 10,000 swords became lively because Guabairu had ordered the disciples to come out. Chuli looked at Guabairu in surprise. He did not expect him to come back directly with 6 old men surrounding him. Each of them had a profound cultivation level. Even the omniscient mirror could not see through them. Each of them was not inferior to Fukai Wei. This was the deep foundation of the city of 10,000 swords. Chuli frowned. He wanted to appear directly next to Guabairu and snatch the Great Compassion Sword, even if it meant exposing his identity. Unfortunately, the 6 old men never left Guabairu's side. The 6 of them had a tacit understanding. They walked at the same pace, as if they were one person. They constantly maintained a formation that enveloped Guabairu. Even if Chuli suddenly appeared next to Guabairu, he would not be able to sneak an attack. There were also 24 old men around, each hiding in the dark, forming a trap. Chuli pondered. It seemed that Guabairu was not satisfied and wanted to capture him and Fukai Wei to take back the treasure swords. The treasure sword were the foundation of the city of 10,000 swords. Without the other treasure swords, the spirit of the city of 10,000 swords would be sucked out. The peak sword technique of the city of 10,000 swords was the sword technique of the 9 swords. For example, the heaven-killing sword technique and the Great Compassion sword technique. Without these sword techniques, the deterrence of the city of 10,000 swords would be greatly reduced. If it was spread out that the city of 10,000 swords only had 1 treasure sword left, who knew how many sects would take the opportunity to attack the city of 10,000 swords? Therefore, Guabairu had to take back a few swords. A single tree could not hold up, and a single treasure sword could not suppress a group of heroes. Chuli was deep in thought. He wondered if he could take advantage of the situation and whether he should beat them at their own game. In the following days, the inner city was extremely lively. A new set of formations began to be set up. This time, they did not use the treasure swords as the pillars of the formation. Instead, it was replaced by 24 old men with white beards and eyebrows. Each of them had an unfathomable cultivation level. This formation was even better than the original treasure swords. If the treasure swords had not been lost, this set of formations would not have been used, and these old men would not have needed to take action. It was indeed a form of torture to sit guard in the inner city all day long. However, Chuli was not afraid of such formations. He still had the Deva-human shedding technique. Before he had the spiritual energy of the first heaven, the Deva-human shedding technique had lost its effect and could not break through the formation. Now that he had the spiritual energy of the first heaven, he could continue to use the Deva-human shedding technique and ignore these formations. He suddenly flashed and disappeared from his courtyard. The next moment, he appeared at the peak of a mountain outside the city of 10,000 swords. He crushed the jade pendant. A moment later, a white shadow flashed and a white-clothed Fu Kaiwei appeared. "What's the bad news?" Fu Kaiwei asked with a smile. Chu Li shook his head and told her about what happened in the city of 10,000 swords. "He set up a trap." Fu Kaiwei scoffed. "That's interesting. He's quite brave," Chu Li said. "He was anxious and could only come up with this plan. Should we beat him at his own game?" Fu Kaiwei said, "I'll listen to you." She looked at Chu Li with a smile. Chu Li sighed. "We really can't rush this. Let's talk about it after I figure out the situation. You're not anxious?" Fu Kaiwei looked at him. Chu Li said, "I'm not anxious. The swords won't run away." "How's your heaven's eye?" Fu Kaiwei saw how calm he was and was impressed. Chu Li shook his head. "My heart is not calm enough. I can't comprehend it." Chapter 2186. Chu Li was curious. If you want to understand the eye of the sky, the best way is to find a temple, calm down, and isolate yourself from the world. Only then can you slowly gain wisdom. Fu Kaiwei shook her head. "I was also in the boundless superior state when I was able to understand the eye of the sky. Now that I'm back here, I can't even stay in Taihao Peak." Chu Li pondered. "What do you think?" Fu Kaiwei asked. Chu Li replied, "That makes sense." Fu Kaiwei said, "If it really doesn't work, you could go to the boundless superior state." Chu Li said, "I really don't know where the boundless superior state is. Moreover, it's too far away. Forget it. If you really want to go, I can bring you there." Fu Kaiwei said, "I'm planning to go there these few days. I'll bring junior sister Xiao and junior sister Sun with me." Chu Li was surprised. "They're going to the boundless superior state too?" Junior sister Sun cultivates the great light scripture. After entering Taihao Peak, she didn't give up on the scripture and improved even more. Fu Kaiwei pondered. "She's full of Buddha nature and really has the qualities of a Buddha. Why don't we go to the boundless superior state to take a look? We'll definitely benefit from it." Chu Li pondered. Fu Kaiwei said, "Junior sister Xiao cultivates the heavenly scroll of indifference. If she wants to understand the heavenly scroll of indifference, she should go to the boundless superior state to see what is heartless, what is sentimental, and what is empty. It'll be beneficial to her cultivation." Chu Li said, "If that's the case, there's no harm in going." He actually did not want to go with them. It was either with Xiao Qi or Sun Minghua. It was not a good feeling to have both women by his side. It was awkward and uncomfortable to be stuck in the middle. However, if he really wanted to go to the boundless superior state and understand the eye of the sky, then it would be awkward. Fu Kaiwei pursed her lips and chuckled. "You're really coming with us?" Chu Li said, "Thank you, Miss Fu. It's a small matter." Fu Kaiwei smiled. "Let's go tomorrow." "Okay." Chu Li nodded. He needed to make some arrangements. If Zhu Lungying could help him, he would be able to leave for a while. On the evening of the second day, Chu Li appeared at the peak of the mountain outside the city of 10,000 swords. He saw the three women standing in the wind, their white robes fluttering in the wind. They really looked like fairies who were about to fly into the sky and did not belong to the mortal world. When he appeared, Xiao Qi and Sun Minghua looked over. Chu Li nodded and stood beside Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi asked, "If you really want to go there, can you walk away from here?" "It's all right." Chu Li smiled. Sun Minghua said, "It's very difficult to cultivate the heavens. I like this." She was also practicing the heaven's eye. She was proficient in the Dharma, so of course, she knew that the more she sought, the harder it was to obtain. When the conditions are right, success will follow naturally. It is very difficult to forcefully cultivate in seclusion. Chu Li said, "Let's try it out first." "That will depend on your luck," Sun Minghua said. "But it won't be difficult for you." She was very confident in Chu Li's power of comprehension. His power of comprehension was so high that no one else could compare to him. "I'll bring junior sister Xiao and junior sister Sun away. You can follow behind." Fu Kaiwei said, "Can you keep up?" Chu Li nodded. Fu Kaiwei said, "Then let's go." She grabbed the arms of the two women and disappeared in a flash. Then, Chuli vanished. He could clearly sense Xiao Qi and Sun Mingwei following closely behind as they teleported into the void. After several teleportations, they appeared under a towering city with red walls and yellow tiles. At first glance, it looked like a Buddhist temple. The buildings in the city were also different from the Grandmaster's boundary and had the style of a Buddhist temple. The three women and Chuli appeared outside the city gate and walked in. Two middle-aged monks in yellow robes stood outside the wall and glanced at the four of them. They bowed with pressed palms and did not stop them. They stepped into the city. The people walking to and fro in the surroundings all had serene expressions and leisurely footsteps. Although the entire city was noisy and bustling, there was no sense of impatience. People were walking and talking at a moderate pace. They were even bargaining with the vendors around them, leisurely and easygoing. Once they stepped into the city, Chu Li and the others could not help but calm down. This is the boundless great boundary. Sun Mingwei looked around and smiled. It's extraordinary indeed. It's just the customs and customs. The people here are no different from where we are. Fu Kaiwei said, there are emotions and there are things that they want. Don't everyone believe in Buddhism? Xiao Qi asked. Fu Kaiwei shook her head. There are many who believe in Buddhism, but there are also those who don't. Looks like everyone cultivates, Chu Li said. He looked at the people around him. They all had Buddhist martial arts. Even the old women had Buddhist inner energy, which was neutral and peaceful. He was in awe. This was even more powerful than the heavenly demonic boundary because they cultivated in all realms. There were many ordinary people in the heavenly demonic boundary who could not cultivate and lived a mediocre life. However, almost all the people he saw cultivated. It was shocking. How could there not be many masters? It's used to strengthen the body. Fu Kaiwei said, Buddhist martial arts are complicated. Some are powerful, while some are purely for strengthening the body and prolonging life. The upper, middle, and lower three tools can be cultivated. Even the dullest person can cultivate. Thousands of methods to enlighten all living beings. Chuli smiled. That's compassion. But Buddhist martial arts are also very difficult to achieve. Fu Kaiwei shook her head. It's easy to cultivate, but difficult to master. The truly powerful ones need to be cultivated over a long period of time, or those with upper roots. It's a pity that those martial arts are too difficult to get started, and cultivators are rare. The four of them talked as they walked along the main street. Then they passed through the city and exited the east gate. There were lush pine trees that were full of vitality. They continued to walk forward until the evening of the second day. They arrived in front of a towering mountain. This is where we're going. Fu Kaiwei pointed at the mountain and smiled. I've cultivated here for a while. She turned to look at Chu Li. After we go in later, you could go elsewhere to look for opportunities. You can come and find us when you're done. Chu Li nodded. The four of them continued up the mountain. There was no road in the mountain, so they skimmed along the treetops. When they were halfway up the mountain, they saw a Buddhist nunnery under the cover of a sea of bamboo. It had red walls and green tiles, giving off an ancient aura. They stopped in front of the nunnery. Soon, the door opened and a pretty nun came out. She pressed her palms together and bowed. Almsgiver Fu, the nunnery master invites you in. Almsgiver Chu, please come in too. Senior Sister Jingxiu. Fu Kaiwei pressed her palms together. Chu Li looked at the nun in surprise. The nunnery master knows that Almsgiver Chu is coming. The pretty nun nodded lightly and turned to lead the way. Chu Li turned to look at Fu Kaiwei. Fu Kaiwei smiled. Nun Lu Yin is proficient in Heaven's Eye. Chu Li suddenly understood. He had the Earth Demonic Stone. Logically speaking, it should be able to block the observation of Heaven's Eye. For Nun Lu Yin to be able to see it, it was obvious that her cultivation level was high. The four of them followed the pretty nun into the courtyard. Then, they went around the main hall and came to a quiet courtyard at the back. They saw a beautiful nun admiring flowers in the middle of the courtyard. The nun was about 30 years old. She was beautiful and charming. Her radiance illuminated the small courtyard. She looked at the flowers in the courtyard quietly with a face full of admiration. Master Luin. Fu Kaiwei pressed her palms together and smiled. I'll come to see you. Chapter 2187. Nun Luin looked up and glanced at the four of them, chuckling. It's rare that you could come back. Did you think returning to the outer heavenly realm was like a bird returning to the sky, never to return? Fu Kaiwei grinned. Nun, you underestimate me. Nun Luin glanced at Xiao Qi and Sun Mingyue with a smile and nodded. You're both virtuous. Very good. Sit down and let's talk. Nun, did you predict our arrival? Fu Kaiwei asked. Nun Luin nodded. My heart surged. I sense your arrival and that you've brought an important guest. She smiled at Chu Li. Almsgiver Chu, we finally meet today. Chu Li bowed with pressed palms. Nun, have you heard my name? Almsgiver Chu, you're quite famous. Nun Luin smiled. The top master of the lower realm, young but with a profound dermic base and divine power. You're a great weapon for cultivating Buddhism. Chu Li smiled. Nun, you flatter me. Nun Luin extended her hand, gesturing for him to sit down and talk. If you could become a Buddhist disciple, your cultivation would have been even deeper. Chu Li shook his head. Nun, I was born into Buddhism, but I'm not one of them. I can't see through the mortal world and have no desire to leave it, so I can only roll around in the mortal world. Almsgiver, you'll eventually realize that everything is an illusion. Nun Luin smiled sweetly. When that happens, you'll become a virtuous monk, and the boundless surpassing state will always be open to you. Chu Li smiled. Thank you, Nun. Fu Kaiwei pursed her lips into a smile and shook her head. Nun Luin looked at her. Fu Kaiwei smiled. Nun, you can't persuade Chu Li to become a monk in front of these two. You two are Almsgiver Chu's wives? Nun Luin smiled. Fu Kaiwei replied, more or less. We're here to cultivate for a while, and Chu Li wants to cultivate the eye of the gods. Which place should he go? If he wants to cultivate the eye of the gods, Nun Luin pondered. If he wants to cultivate divine power, the Titanium Temple is the best place. It's a pity that Titanium Temple isn't open to the public, Fu Kaiwei said. Otherwise, it would be best to go to Titanium Temple. If you can't go to the Titanium Temple, you could go to the Samantabhadra Temple, said Nun Luin. The Samantabhadra Temple is open to the public. You can go in and cultivate at will. Chu Li asked, where is the Titanium Temple? The disciples of the Titanium Temple don't communicate with the outside world, and they go directly to first heaven. Nun Luin shook her head. Even the most pious of believers can't enter the Jin Gang Temple. They don't accept offerings. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Nun Luin said, if that's the case, then there's no harm in going to Jin Gang Temple. If that doesn't work, then we'll go to Samantabhadra Temple. Kaiwei knows where Jin Gang Temple is. Take Benefactor Chu there. All right. Fu Kaiwei said, but going to Titanium Temple is nothing more than a wasted trip. Chu Li smiled and said nothing. Sun Mingyue said, Senior Sister Fu, the Ji Dynasty's emperor from the lower realm, is a disciple of the Titanium Temple. He has an unusual relationship with Chu Li. Perhaps with this relationship, he can enter the Titanium Temple. The Titanium Temple doesn't recognize anyone. Fu Kaiwei shook her head. That's even more difficult. The more connections there are, the harder it is to enter the Titanium Temple. Monks are separated from the mortal world, so they won't allow anyone from the secular world to enter the temple. I'll give it a try. Chu Li smiled. Fu Kaiwei said, let's go then. She turned to look at Xiao Qi and Sun Mingyue. Stay here for the time being. See if you can understand the eye of insight or cultivate your own martial arts. Staying here will sharpen your comprehension. Yes. Xiao Qi and Sun Mingyue agreed. Fu Kaiwei said to Chu Li, let's go to the Titanium Temple. Please. Chu Li glanced at Xiao Qi and Sun Mingyue. Xiao Qi nodded. Sun Mingyue smiled. Fu Kaiwei suddenly disappeared, and Chu Li left with her. The two of them flashed a few times and arrived at the foot of a towering mountain. The mountain was covered with bamboo forests. When the wind blew, the bamboo sea surged as if it was a real sea. The two of them stepped on the bamboo and glided upward. Soon, they arrived in front of a low, dilapidated temple and sized it up. The tall courtyard walls were old and broken, and the paint had faded. It was almost impossible to tell that it was a temple wall. There were a few pagodas in the courtyard. They had weathered the wind and rain and exuded the vicissitudes of time, faintly revealing a solemn atmosphere. Chuli felt a sense of familiarity when he saw the temple. He shook his head and smiled. This was the titanium temple. This is the titanium temple, Fu Kaiwei said. It looks a little strange, doesn't it? The titanium temple in the lower realm is like this. Chuli smiled. It can see through external objects, so it's not restricted by them. Miss Fu, you should go back first. I'll try to see if I can enter the temple. There's no hurry, Fu Kaiwei said. I'll wait for you to leave together. You still don't know where the Samantabhadra temple is. She did not believe that Chuli could enter the titanium temple. It seemed that other than the titanium temple's disciples, no non-disciples could enter the titanium temple. The titanium temple was famous for being isolated from the outside world. Chuli was not a person of the boundless surpassing state. So how could he enter? Chuli shook his head and smiled. He went forward and gently knocked on the door. The temple door was mottled and eroded by time, but it was still strong after knocking. The temple door was quickly opened. A tall and burly old monk slowly walked out and chanted the name of Buddha. He bowed with pressed palms and smiled. Almsgiver Chu, how have you been? Master Kong Hai. Chuli laughed. I didn't expect it to be you. This old monk was Kong Hai, who was ordered by King and to assassinate Chu Li and Sio Shi. He was a monk from the Titanium Temple. He used the titanium sacrifice technique to deal with him and almost killed him. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Almsgiver Chu. Master Kong Hai smiled. Chuli said, You don't have to do this, Master Kong Hai. Because of you, the Titanium Temple has taught me the god's limbs. It's considered a karma. Master Kong Hai shook his head and smiled. The Titanium Temple is the Titanium Temple's karma. I am my karma. Please enter. Chuli smiled. Please. He turned to look at Fu Kaiwei. Master Kong Hai smiled. Female almsgiver, you can't enter the temple. It's better for you to wait outside. Fu Kaiwei was stunned. She quickly waved her hand. Don't worry about me. Chuli, I'll go back first. You can look for us after you're done cultivating. Chuli nodded. She said she wanted to leave, but she did not move. She watched as Chu Li and Master Kong Hai entered the temple and closed the temple door. Only then did she disappear with a surprised look on her face. The next moment, she appeared in the nunnery with a shocked look on her face. The three women were talking in the courtyard. When Xiao Qi saw her return with a shocked look, she quickly asked, Senior Sister Fu, did Chu Li enter the Samantabhadra temple? He didn't enter the Samantabhadra temple. He entered the Titanium Temple. Fu Kaiwei regained her senses. She looked at Xiao Qi and then at Sun Minghua. Chu Li is the first outsider to enter the Titanium Temple. Xiao Qi said, Maybe it's because he's related to the Titanium Temple. I think I know an old monk. Fu Kaiwei sighed. Looks like he really cultivated the Heaven's Eye. Chu Li is really lucky. Xiao Qi nodded. Sun Minghua said, We can rest assured now that he's entered the Titanium Temple. It's time to cultivate. Chapter 2188. As soon as Chu Li stepped into the Titanium Temple, he immediately felt a surge of golden energy. It was the energy released by the Titanium Sarira. As he stood within it, his entire body felt warm and cozy, and he no longer had any competitive spirit. Chu Li knew that this energy was being emitted by the Sariras, which was the dojo of the Titanium Temple. Even if the disciples of the Titanium Temple died, they could still live on in the dojo and live the life they wanted. Master Kong Hai led him inside and came to the courtyard. He smiled and said, Almsgiver Chu wants to cultivate the inner sight, right? Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Master, you know about it? Kong Hai smiled and said, If I don't know why Benefactor Chu has come, why would I wait for so long? That's right. It must be very difficult for me to cultivate the eye of insight, right? Chu Li said, The Buddha's light isn't complete enough, so it's difficult to open my eyes. Master Kong Hai shook his head gently and said, Mr. Chu, you are born with a Buddhist nature and you are indeed a top-notch talent. Originally, it was not difficult to cultivate the eye of heaven. Back then, it was easy to cultivate the limbs of God. Unfortunately, the limbs of God hindered the eye of heaven. Every cause has its effect, and every effect has its cause. Chuli was shocked. Could it be that after God's limbs, the eye of the sky is even more difficult? Exactly. Master Kong Hai said, supernatural power is something that will naturally appear after the Buddha nature is fulfilled. It's as natural as eating and sleeping. Chuli asked, is there any way to remedy this? Recite the Dharma more. The deeper your understanding of the Dharma, the more wisdom you will have, and your supernatural powers will be born naturally. Master Kong Hai smiled. This is not as difficult for almsgiver Chu as it is for others. Chuli nodded. I'll start chanting then. Master Kong Hai smiled. Almsgiver Chu, please follow me. He turned around and walked to the side with Chu Li following closely behind. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. His gaze fell on a young monk who was walking out of the main hall. His yellow Buddhist robe fluttered in the wind, and his handsome face was calm and composed. Chu Li was shocked. Suin? Chief Chu. Suin placed his palms together and greeted respectfully. Chu Li quickly asked, why are you here? Master Kong Hai smiled and said, it seems that almsgiver Chu doesn't know that apprentice nephew Su Kong has returned. Chu Li frowned. What about the lower realm? Suin said, the throne has been passed to Aunt Xiao. Chu Li shook his head. He did not expect such a big thing to happen without him knowing. He quickly asked, can second eldest sister handle it? At first, he had planned to give her the blessing before she became the empress, in case the throne couldn't bear it. However, he didn't have the time to act, and Suin had already ascended to the heavens. This was too sudden. Yes. Suin smiled and said, Aunt Xiao has successfully inherited the throne. Chu Li sighed. Why are you in such a hurry? Suin revealed a helpless expression. I wanted to wait a little longer, but Master Kong Hai said, Junior nephew Su and has achieved great success. It's time for him to come up, and he's about to ascend to the first heaven. Chu Li revealed a curious expression as he sized up Suin. He realized that Suin's cultivation level was profound, far surpassing his own. He could not see through him. The more he thought about it, the more surprised he was. Ever since he had ascended, he had encountered many fortuitous encounters, and his cultivation had continued to soar. Even though he was slightly inferior to Fu Kai Wei, who was the top youth expert, he was still strong enough to look down on his peers and rarely had a worthy opponent. However, Suin had actually far surpassed him, and even surpassed Fu Kai Wei. It was truly miraculous. This is the mystery of our 10 lifetimes of Dharma. Master Kong Hai smiled and said, the cultivation level of every lifetime is accumulated. Once you have achieved great success in this lifetime, you'll be able to recover your previous lifetime's cultivation level. Chu Li asked, the accumulation of several lifetimes cultivation level. Yes. Master Kong Hai smiled and said, Junior nephew Su and has achieved great success and obtained the accumulation of 4 lifetimes cultivation level. Chu Li slowly nodded. No wonder. What an amazing 10 lifetimes of Dharma. Congratulations, Suin smiled and shook his head. It's a pity that I can't always accompany Aunt Xiao. Isn't it the 10 lifetimes of Dharma? You can just continue to the next lifetime. Do you still want to continue? Will your 10 lifetimes of Dharma restore the memory of your previous lifetime? Yes. I can remember all the experiences of 4 lifetimes, but no matter what, Aunt Xiao can't be forgotten, Suin said slowly. Sigh. It's really not easy for her to support the Ji dynasty all by herself, Chu Li said. That's right. I'm really worried, but unfortunately, I can't go back to accompany her anymore. Suin sighed. Why can't I go back? Don't I still have a few lifetimes? Chu Li asked. In the 5th lifetime, I'll ascend to the upper heaven, Master Kong Hai said slowly. After achieving great success in 4 lifetimes, I'll step into the 3rd heaven. I can't stay on the 2nd heaven anymore. Master Kong Hai said slowly. What happens after I become a Buddha? Will I step into the 9th heaven? Chu Li asked. That's right. Once I become a Buddha, I'll enter the 9th heaven, Master Kong Hai said. Buddha will stay in the ninth heaven and won't stay here. Chu Li asked, then how can Suin ascend to the third heaven? Rainbow Ascension. Master Kong Hai smiled. Suin's current cultivation level isn't perfect enough, so he can't reach the state of rainbow transformation. But it's almost there. I think it won't take long for him to ascend to the third heaven. Chu Li asked, what about you, Master Kong Hai? I've cultivated for 3 lifetimes. Although I'm a master's uncle, I'm not as good as junior nephew Su, and Master Kong Hai shook his head. Chu Li sighed. It's really mysterious. Suin, go and busy yourself. I'll ask Master Kong Hai for guidance. Suin bowed with pressed palms and left. Chu Li pondered and thought of the lower realm. He couldn't wait to see CEO Sure. How was the lower realm? Would she be able to hold her position as an empress? Would she be chased out by the courtiers? Although she was an enlightened master, she was still a woman. If these courtiers were to oppose firmly, they wouldn't be able to kill all the courtiers if the law didn't punish the majority. Master Kong Hai continued to walk forward. Chu Li followed him to a quiet courtyard. This is where I usually stay. Almsgiver Chu, please stay here for now. Master Kong Hai smiled. Almsgiver Chu, do you want to deal with the affairs of the mortal world before focusing on cultivation? Chu Li shook his head and smiled. No need. I'll cultivate the heavens first. No matter what, Seosher did not crush the jade pendant. Her life was not in danger, so he could wait. Seosher's skills were powerful. She might be able to hold the throne by herself. Master Kong Hai nodded and left. Chu Li stepped into the courtyard. The feeling of tranquility appeared again. It was even more tranquil than the outside. It was as if everything in the world had calmed down. The matters of the mortal world were suddenly far away from him. It was as if they had nothing to do with him. His thoughts turned quickly. He admired this quiet courtyard more and more. This extraordinary heart was not something an ordinary person could have. It required enough experience and emotional setbacks to be born out of coincidence. With this heart, it was the foundation to cultivate the Dharma. Without the extraordinary heart, it would be useless no matter how proficient one was in the Dharma. It was superficial and could not truly step into the cultivation of the Dharma. Chu Li sat on the cattail hassock in the living room. He began to read the scripture that Fu Kaiwei passed to him. Every word appeared in his mind and integrated into his body. After an unknown amount of time, it was as if he had become one with the scripture. He gradually forgot himself. Chapter 2189. He was immersed in the Buddhist scriptures and was unaware of the passage of time. The sun set from the middle of the sky to the west and rose again the next day, shining on Chu Li. Unknowingly, Chu Li had been immersed in the Buddhist scriptures and felt an inexplicable joy and tranquility. It was as if the world had completely stopped and time had stopped flowing. His body and mind had obtained freedom. He could let go of everything and think freely. He could think of anything but nothing at all. As this feeling nourished him, he gradually came to a realization. It was as if everything was presented clearly in front of him and nothing could obstruct his eyes. He could see through everything at a glance. This feeling grew stronger and stronger until his vision was filled with light. It gradually gathered on his forehead and grew brighter until it formed a unique eye. At that moment, the omniscient mirror in his mind suddenly moved and slowly turned. Following this movement, the light that originally gathered in between his brows floated toward the omniscient mirror and landed on the surface of the mirror. The mirror became brighter and brighter, like a lake reflecting the sun. The brightness grew more and more pressing. All the light in between his brows gathered on the surface of the mirror. Chu Li sighed to himself. Is the heavens going to be destroyed? The clear omniscient mirror suddenly flashed and returned to normal. It was as bright as a full moon, but not as clear as before. It was as if nothing had happened. Chu Li's expression changed. Unfortunately, the heavens was destroyed. He then tried to use the omniscient mirror to observe his surroundings again. Suddenly, the titanium temple appeared in his mind again. Golden light flowed, and there were souls moving in the golden light like ordinary people. He could see the souls of many senior monks sitting cross-legged in the golden light, chanting sutras and cultivating the Dharma. They were all sitting cross-legged in the sky above the titanium temple. They were sitting in the void and living in the void. In the titanium temple, the senior monks were also bathed in the golden light and cultivating the Dharma. However, they were on the ground. It seemed like sitting in the void was no different from sitting in the temple. They were all living the same life. Initially, Chu Li's omniscient mirror could not see these souls. Now, he could clearly see the mysteriousness of the titanium temple's dojo. If an eminent monk passed away and did not wish to leave, his soul could continue to stay in the temple to cultivate. These souls were no different from before. Moreover, their Buddhist nature was complete and their cultivation was profound. They could directly ascend to the next level through cultivation. It was just that soul cultivation was slightly more difficult. The golden light could no longer block Chu Li's clairvoyance. All the eminent monks of the titanium temple appeared in his mind. Suin sat in a quiet courtyard. He stood motionlessly under a Bodhi tree with his palms pressed together. He was like a tree, and his aura had completely fused with the Bodhi tree. His entire body gave off a faint golden light. Chu Li's eyebrows twitched. He could not help but understand that Su and cultivation level was indeed much deeper than his, and he was about to transform into a rainbow soon. His heart skipped a beat. Suin slowly opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. Then he looked around and put his palms together. Namo Amitabha. His voice was calm and unhurried as it slowly entered everyone's ears. Then his entire body blossomed with a bright brilliance that grew brighter and brighter. In the end, it became as hot as the sun and turned into a rainbow that pierced through the horizon. Namo Amitabha. The monks in the temple chanted the name of Buddha and looked up at the sky. The white rainbow soared into the sky, getting higher and higher. An invisible door slowly appeared in the sky and opened slowly. Instantly, Sanskrit chants floated out in spirals. It was pleasant to the ears. Countless heavenly flowers formed by golden light fell down and dispersed in midair. The rainbow went straight in and the door slowly closed. The Sanskrit chants and the heavenly flowers disappeared. Chu Li sighed. He knew that Suin had completely left this realm and went to the upper heaven to cultivate his fifth life. From now on, he would never go to the lower realm to meet Sio Shur again. Chu Li sighed because he thought of Sio Shur. She must still be thinking about Suin and was afraid that Suin would not be able to live well on this level. She did not know that Suin had already reached the upper heaven, which was the third day. As for his heaven's eye, it was not destroyed. Instead, it was fused with the omniscient mirror and the cosmic insight technique. Now that the three were combined, their power could not be mentioned in the same breath. He appeared outside the nunnery, where Sio Chi and son Mingwe stayed, and quietly looked at the nunnery. When he looked at the nunnery again, he could appreciate its mysteriousness. A golden energy shrouded the nunnery, and there were souls in the golden light. They were still cultivating, which was similar to the titanium temple. This was obviously a place of enlightenment. As long as the people in the nunnery did not want to be reincarnated, they could continue cultivating here. It was mysterious that such a quiet and nameless place could have such power. Not long after he appeared, Fu Kaiwei fluttered over and looked at him. "You've cultivated Heaven's Eye?" She had a strange feeling about Chu Li. It felt like he had Heaven's Eye, but at the same time, he did not. It was ambiguous and very strange. Chu Li shook his head. "I guess I've cultivated it." "Then let's go," Fu Kaiwei said. "Let's quickly snatch that sword, lest you keep thinking about it." Chu Li smiled. "Thank you." He only lacked the great compassion sword to gather all 9 swords. He did not want to drag it out for too long. Now that he had almost mastered Heaven's Eye, it was time to snatch that sword back and gather all 9 swords to dominate the world. Once he gathered all 9 swords, he would be able to defeat Song Wuji. "Let's go," Fu Kaiwei said. The two glanced at Shao Qi and Sun Mingwe, who had fluttered out. They waved their hands and disappeared, appearing outside the city of 10,000 swords with Fu Kaiwei. Using the omniscient mirror, he saw that the entire inner city was shrouded in a formation. 24 elders were guarding the inner city. He saw Bairu practicing the Great Compassion sword in his courtyard. He was originally cultivating the Morning Sword. Although he was proficient in the Great Compassion sword, he was not proficient in it. He was still lacking if he used it against an enemy. 2 elders were in his courtyard on the east, and another 2 were in his courtyard on the west. They guarded him from the east and west. If anyone came in, they could protect him at any time. Chuli smiled. Looking at the arrangement, he was really scared. Otherwise, why would the governor of a city need such strict protection in the inner city? Found it. Chuli extended his hand. Miss Fu, I'll bring you there. We need to break the formation directly. Okay. Fu Kaiwei extended her sleeve and let him hold it. Chuli pulled her along and performed the sky-splitting skill. He used God's limbs to instantly appear behind Guobairu. A wave of inner energy struck Guobairu's feet. Chuli reached out his palm and grabbed it. Guobairu reacted quickly. He scoffed and stabbed with his sword. His angry scoff had alerted the 4 elders. The tip of the sword was already at Chu Li's chest. The sword was extremely fast. Chu Li allowed the tip of the sword to pierce his chest. While the inner energy flowed into Guobairu, he placed his palm on the sword and gently pulled. Chapter 2190. Both of them appeared outside the city of 10,000 sword again. They stood on top of a mountain and looked at the city from afar. Chu Li tapped his chest twice to stop the blood from gushing out. He looked down at the Great Compassion sword and said slowly, I finally got it. Fu Kaiwei looked at him and saw that half of her shirt was stained with blood. She smiled. I didn't take this for nothing. She admired Chu Li's ruthlessness. If it was her, she would not have dared to do so. It was too risky. If the sword was too powerful, it could have pierced through her heart. Even if she had a spirit pill, she would not be able to keep her life. Chu Li smiled. Thank you, Miss Fu. Fu Kaiwei waved her hand. We're just helping each other. There's no need to thank me. Have you gathered all 9 swords? Almost. Chu Li pondered. Unfortunately, there are 9 swords, but no sword technique. I can't unleash its power. That can't be helped. Fu Kaiwei frowned. The sword technique of the 9 swords is the deepest secret. It can't be leaked. You won't be able to get it. Chu Li nodded. Fu Kaiwei said, It's useless even if you get it. It seems like the 9 swords require 9 people to work together to form a sword formation. It's powerful. You can't possibly use all 9 swords by yourself, right? Chu Li frowned. I can't use it by myself? That sounds good, right? Fu Kaiwei shook her head. I've never heard of it being done by myself. But you could try. What if there's something special about it? The 9 swords in the city of 10,000 swords are indeed unique. Chu Li said, I'll try. What about Song Wuji? We can't rush killing Song Wuji. My cultivation level is not enough. I need to improve a little more. Fu Kaiwei frowned. Chu Li nodded. He understood that his cultivation level was even worse. Fu Kaiwei's cultivation level was higher than his, but he was confident because he had the spiritual energy from the upper heaven. He could control his inner energy to move underground and become one with the earth. It was impossible to defend against. However, cultivation level was still the key when it came to a real fight. What's so powerful about Song Wuji? Why is he so feared? Chu Li asked. Song Wuji's power is not something that can be clearly described. Fu Kaiwei furrowed her brows and said, In our 9 divisions, like the Hall of Rainmaster and the others, we don't really control the rain. It's just a fancy name. However, Song Wuji's Pool of Thunder is different. It indeed contains the power of thunder, and it can destroy heaven and earth. We can't get close to it, and it's extremely dangerous. It's like a powerful treasure. Chu Li nodded, indicating that he understood. Fu Kaiwei said, Other people usually don't dare to get close to this kind of power that could destroy heaven and earth, but he is completely different. Instead, he uses the power of lightning to cultivate himself, grasping this kind of power and approaching the great deity. Chu Li frowned. If that's the case, isn't he invincible? Although I can't say that I'm invincible, I'm not far from it. Fu Kaiwei nodded lightly and said, "Not only is his cultivation profound, but his comprehension is also shocking. Moreover, his luck is extremely good, and he has encountered fortuitous encounters one after another. I don't know how many wondrous skills he has." Chu Li sighed. "It's almost invincible. That's why it's extremely difficult to kill him." Fu Kaiwei sighed. "The two of us can't do it now." Chu Li frowned. "We can always kill him." Fu Kaiwei turned her head to look at him. "Why do you want to kill Song Wuji?" Although she swore an oath and believed that Chu Li wanted to kill Song Wuji, she was still very curious. Chu Li said, "I have a grudge against him. If I don't kill him, he will kill me anyway. I strike first and gain the upper hand. His longevity church in the lower realm has almost been destroyed by me, and the celestials he sent have also been killed by me." "I see." Fu Kaiwei nodded. "He must kill you. The improvement of his cultivation has made him develop an arrogant attitude. Those who obey him will prosper, and those who oppose him will perish. He won't allow you to live." Chu Li nodded. "That's why I can only kill him. You study the 9 swords. I'll go to the boundless surpassing state to cultivate. We can only attack Song Wuji when we're stronger," Fu Kaiwei said. Chu Li said, "Then work hard on your cultivation. I'll give you a small suggestion." Fu Kaiwei pondered. "You don't have a master now. That's a big taboo." She had a deep understanding of Chu Li. From the information she gathered on Chu Li at Taihao Peak to her conversation with Shao Qi and Sun Mingyue, she understood Chu Li better and admired him more. Chu Li's biggest shortcoming was that he did not have any inheritance. In a lower realm, Goddess Attraction Mountain was considered top-notch. Unfortunately, in the Grandmaster boundary, Goddess Attraction Mountain was not worth mentioning. If it was not close to the Divine Gate, no one would know which faction Goddess Attraction Mountain belonged to. Even so, Goddess Attraction Mountain had been destroyed, and there was no sign of it coming back. It seemed like it would never recover. Goddess Attraction Mountain's inheritance was not enough. When Chu Li reached the Grandmaster, the martial arts he cultivated would not be able to bear the role of advancement. His cultivation progress would be much slower, and he might not make any progress at all. If his inheritance was not strong enough, he would not be able to continue, and it would be difficult for him to reach the top. Even though he had miraculously achieved such a cultivation level, it still made people lack confidence. Chu Li sighed. It can't be helped. No matter how good his comprehension was or how strong his body was, in the eyes of others, he did not have enough aptitude. This really made him depressed. He did not understand it for a long time and felt that it was strange. Later, he finally understood that the culprit of all this was the life and death scripture. The life and death scripture made him look ordinary and even had an ordinary aptitude. He could hide his cultivation level through the life and death scripture, but he could not hide his aptitude. Perhaps his original aptitude was good, but after he obtained the life and death scripture, it changed him. Without good aptitude, there would not be a good future. Sex did not value him, or else he would have entered Taihao Peak. Fu Kaiwei said, "It's impossible for you to enter other sects now. Your only choice is the Heaven Scroll of Indifference. Put in a lot of effort to understand it and cultivate it. After all, it's a martial art from the upper heaven." Chu Li smiled. "I heard that Taihao Peak has an antique study from the upper heaven." "Yes." Fu Kaiwei nodded. "This is the foundation of our strength. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to fight against the other 8 factions." Chu Li said, "All right, thank you for your suggestion, Miss Fu. I'll try my best to understand the Heaven Scroll of Indifference." All this while his most powerful technique was the Heaven Murder Sword technique. Other than that, it was the Supreme Diamond Supreme Scripture. Then, he learned the Sword of Indifference and the God-slaying Thunder Sword. Due to the limitations of treasures, it was difficult for him to unleash its power. The power of the Sword of Indifference did not seem to be comparable to the Heaven Murder Sword technique at the moment, so he did not pay much attention to it. Now that he heard Fu Kaiwei say this, he suddenly felt that he did not pay enough attention to it. He really needed to understand it more deeply. Fu Kaiwei said, "The antique studies from the upper heaven are extremely powerful, but it's not enough to just understand the surface. Once you understand its essence, its power will be so strong that it can suppress almost all martial arts in the Grandmaster. Chu Li nodded. Fu Kaiwei said, "All right, I'm going back. You have to be careful too." Before she finished speaking, her expression suddenly changed. She turned around and attacked with her palm. Bang! An explosion sounded and 4 elders appeared in the void. Chapter 2191. Chu Li frowned and looked down at the Great Compassion Sword. He guessed that the 4 elders were able to find him because of the Great Compassion Sword. Obviously, there was something on the sword that he did not know about that allowed them to sense his presence. This was not easy. After all, he had the Earth Demonic Stone that could conceal his aura. The Great Compassion Sword in his hand would naturally be shrouded by the aura of the Earth Demonic Stone and could not be sensed. However, the 4 elders could sense it and came to him. It was obviously a unique secret skill that was extremely powerful. Moreover, the 4 elders' cultivation level was high and not inferior to his. Be careful, they're old demons that have cultivated for hundreds of years. Fu Kaiwei slammed her palm again and said in a low voice. Chu Li nodded and said, "Let's go." Possessing the nature essence from the upper heaven, he wasn't afraid of these 4 old men. However, he didn't want to fight them if he could. These old demons were all very cunning, and he didn't know if they had a trump card that could be used in a surprise attack. He pulled Fu Kaiwei and disappeared before the 4 elders' sword light arrived. He and Fu Kaiwei flashed, and the sword light flashed in front of them. The 4 elders had already swung their swords and covered the 2 of them. The sword light was like water, as if they were hidden in a lake. It was indescribably cool and refreshing, but it was filled with fatal, murderous intent. Chu Li snorted and displayed the sword of indifference. Ding, 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 ding. The 4 elders' sword light suddenly slowed down. The sword of indifference absorbed the spiritual energy of the upper heaven. Its power was more than twice as strong as before. It was shocking enough that it actually overpowered the 4 elders' swords. Ding, 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 ding. The 4 elders took a few steps back and could no longer surround Chu Li and Fu Kaiwei. Fu Kaiwei looked at Chu Li in surprise. Chu Li stood with his hands behind his back and did not move. She could immediately tell that it was the sword of indifference. She shook her head and smiled. "Looks like I said too much." For the sword of indifference to have such power, it was obvious that it had a deep understanding of its essence. Chu Li smiled. "Miss Fu, you go first. I'll handle it. You have to be careful. These old demons are not that easy to deal with." Fu Kaiwei said. "Don't push them too far." Chu Li nodded. "Understood. Go." Fu Kaiwei smiled sweetly and suddenly disappeared. Chu Li stood in the middle of the 4 elders with his hands clasped behind his back. He watched as they wielded their swords to block the formless yet substantial sword of indifference and said in a low voice, "I'm sure the 4 of you have some kind of secret technique that allows you to sense the Great Compassion Sword." As he spoke, he used the omniscient mirror to observe the 4 of them. The 4 elders' cultivation levels were high, and they had treasures on them that could block the omniscient mirror's prying. However, the omniscient mirror was no longer the same as it used to be. With the integration of the Heaven's Eye, it focused and saw into the 4 elders' minds. He immediately understood that they were able to sense him because there was an old man who was the previous owner of the Great Compassion Sword. He had been with the Great Compassion Sword for hundreds of years and had almost become one with it. Coupled with the Great Compassion Sword incantation, they could vaguely sense him. Knowing this, Chu Li asked in a low voice, "What is the Great Sorrow Sword technique?" He immediately saw the Great Sorrow Sword technique in the old man's mind and was overjoyed. He chuckled and said, "I didn't expect the Great Sorrow Sword technique to be so simple yet so difficult." He knew from the old man's mind that the Great Sorrow Sword technique was simple but extremely difficult to cultivate. If one did not have a merciful heart, it would be difficult to understand the Great Sorrow Sword technique. Even if one obtained the Great Sorrow Sword technique, it would be useless. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. He did not expect such a request. Moreover, the 4 elders were really gentlemen. As disciples of the city of 10,000 swords, they did not kill the innocent and abided by the rules. It was really rare. He suddenly lost his killing intent and looked at the four elders helplessly. He said in a low voice, "I wonder if you know the weeping blood sword technique?" One of the elders also cultivated the weeping blood sword technique. Immediately, the weeping blood sword technique appeared in his mind. He had not used the weeping blood sword for a long time. However, hundreds of years of cultivation had already integrated into his bones and blood. As soon as he heard the words weeping blood sword technique, it immediately flashed in his mind. Then, Chuli asked about the sword techniques of the violent thunder sword and diabolic sword. One of the elders waved his sword to block the sword of indifference. He said in a low voice, "It's useless. Even if you have 9 swords, it's useless." Chuli said, "Why is it useless? Even if you have gathered 9 swords, it's impossible to gather all the sword techniques." The elder had a round face. His eyes were like lightning. There was no hostility between his eyebrows. He looked calm and solemn, because only the governor knows the sword technique of the sword of indifference. "It's impossible for you to ask the governor." Chuli laughed. Now that he had the omniscient mirror integrated with the sky eye, it was not difficult for him to see the sword of indifference in Guapairu's mind. "Moreover, you can't gather 9 swords." The round-faced elder shook his head. "Don't forget that there is still Chuli. This Chuli is not an ordinary person. You can take our treasured swords, but you can't take Chuli's." Chuli smiled. "You won't know until you try." "All right, if you can take Chuli's, then we will admit defeat," the round-faced elder said in a low voice. He had already seen that Chuli did not have the intention to kill. The 4 people's cultivation level seemed to be higher than his, but they could not do anything to him, even though it was 4 against 1. It was a little strange, especially when they faced the invisible but material sword energy. It was shockingly pure. If it was not so pure, with their higher cultivation level, they would have long pressed over and killed Chuli. Chuli said, "Then we don't have to fight. Let's go home. You have our treasured swords. You can never get rid of us." The round-faced elder said lightly, "If you want peace, it's better to return our swords." Chuli laughed. "Even if I don't return the swords, what can you do to me? Us old guys are bored anyway. We will always follow you." The round-faced elder said, "We can't kill you, but you can't kill us either, right?" Chuli said, "If you really force me, I can only kill you. Then we will perish together." The round-faced elder said, "We have lived for so long anyway. We are tired of it." Chuli laughed out loud and shook his head. The longer one lived, the more afraid they were of death. On the contrary, young people were not afraid of death. What they said was purely a lie. The void around them suddenly flashed, and 12 elders appeared. They immediately surrounded Chu Li in 2 layers. Then, the sword formation was set up. Suddenly, the void around them seemed to solidify, cutting off the power to move the void. Chu Li's face darkened. He looked at the 4 elders and said, "Looks like I can't be soft-hearted. Hand over the sword, and we can let you go." The round-faced elder said. He glanced around and said lightly, "Although your cultivation level is high, our sword formation is not a joke. You can't escape, so hand it over." He could see that Chuli had been merciful earlier. He did not kill him, so he gave Chuli a way out. Chuli laughed. "That's impossible. You can't blame us for killing yourself." The round-faced elder shook his head regretfully. Chuli gently shook the great compassion sword. Suddenly, the sword light flashed, covering the entire sky and pressing down. Chapter 2192. At the same time he activated Heaven Murder Sword Technique, inner energy appeared from the ground and entered the round-faced elder. The round-faced elder froze. Their sword formation was powerful and seamless, defending against any counterattack from any angle. However, they did not guard against the ground because no one could drill out from the ground to attack. This was Chu Li's chance to break through. Chu Li could tell at a glance that the 4 elders were the pillars in this sword formation, and the round-faced elder was the core of the formation. Once he was destroyed, the sword formation's power would be greatly reduced. He did not dare to be careless and did not dare to be merciful. He just did not kill the round-faced elder. He had to cripple him, or else his life would be in danger. These old men's cultivation level was high and strong enough to kill him if they joined hands. The Great Compassion Sword, which was activated by the heaven-murdering sword incantation, floated through the layers of sword gleams. It was as light as a butterfly and quickly arrived before the round-faced elder's shoulder. The sword gleams circled around his shoulder, and instantly his right arm fell, followed by the long sword. The round-faced elder desperately tried to dodge, but the inner energy in his body was not working well. He was disturbed by the pure spiritual energy gushing from his feet and could not do as he wished. In the end, he could only watch as his right arm was chopped off. The sword formation immediately slowed down. Chu-Li was like a wisp of smoke as he drifted away from the sword formation. Everyone hurriedly chased after him, but unfortunately, they could not catch up to Chu-Li. His body movement technique was shockingly fast, swift, and agile. His sudden change of direction made it difficult to guard against him. This was the soaring, celestial demon mantra. Using the cloud-slashing power to activate the soaring celestial demon mantra, he had truly achieved the wonders of the soaring celestial demon. Although the elders had profound cultivation levels, and some of them were even stronger than him, they could not catch up to him. He ran and suddenly disappeared. He was not within the range of the sword formation, and the void was not locked. He disappeared without a trace. The elders' faces were extremely gloomy, and their eyes were like torches. They sent out so many masters, but could not do anything to a young man. If this spread out, they would lose all their face. One of the elders said, "Junior brother Ning, can you sense him?" No. The round-faced elder shook his head and sighed. His left hand covered his severed arm. Medicine had already been applied, and through a special technique, his arm could be reattached. However, if he wanted to recover to his original state, it would take at least a year and a half. In a short period of time, his martial arts would be greatly damaged. Why not? Is it because you're injured? An old man who was as thin as a bamboo frowned. We're all depending on you. Senior brother Jing. The round-faced old man said helplessly. This brat already knows how to find him and has found a way to restrain him. I can't sense the Great Compassion Sword. That's impossible, right? The bamboo-like elder scoffed. No matter how powerful a treasure is, it can't completely conceal the Great Compassion Sword, right? Junior brother Ning was able to sense the Great Compassion Sword because he had cultivated the Great Compassion Sword mantra. Secondly, it was because of the uniqueness of the Great Compassion Sword, which was constantly emitting the sense of mercy that permeated between heaven and earth. It could be said to be the sacred sword of Buddhism. It was said that the sword came from the boundless surpassing state. Whether it was true or not, no one knew. Perhaps only the ancestor who had obtained the Great Compassion Sword knew, but the breath of the Great Compassion Sword could not be concealed by treasures. At this moment, Junior brother Ning said that the breath of the Great Compassion Sword was concealed. This could only be done by a high monk of Buddhism. Otherwise, it would be difficult for martial artists to know the secret, and even if they knew, they would not be able to conceal the breath of the Great Compassion Sword. This was the power of mercy. Even if it was not strong enough, it was difficult to extinguish. The round-faced elder said, "Senior brother Jing, why would I lie to everyone? Junior brother Ning, you're so compassionate. Are you worried that we'll kill him?" The bamboo-like elder shook his head. "Junior brother Ning, those who snatch our treasured sword and destroy the foundation of our city of 10,000 swords cannot be merciful. Senior brother Jing, I really can't sense the Great Compassion Sword." The round-faced elder raised his palm. "I can swear." Forget it. Why swear?" The bamboo-like elder saw this and quickly waved his hand. "I'm just joking. Junior brother Ning, you really can't take a joke. Senior brother Jing, it seems that the fate of the Great Compassion Sword with our city of 10,000 swords is over." The round-faced elder sighed. "Otherwise, we wouldn't have met such a person. I'm guessing that this person is Chu Li. The bamboo-like elder and the other elders widened their eyes and looked at him in shock. Chu Li? That's impossible, right? Another elder exclaimed. How can Chu Li have such a cultivation level? Heaven-killing sword technique, the round-faced elder said faintly. And the divine sword of indifference. Other than Chu Li, I really can't think of anyone else who would snatch the 9 swords. It's useless even if we know, unless we snatch Chu Li's as well. Chu Li, everyone slowly pondered. It's not surprising that such a troublesome person is Chu Li, the bamboo-like elder said hatefully. This person is extremely daring. He really deserves to die. It's easier now that we know he's Chu Li, everyone suggested. He's in the Hall of Rainmaster. Find a chance to lure him out and kill him directly. The 9 divisions. The round-faced elder shook his head. When they had the other swords, they did not dare to offend the 9 divisions. Now it was even more so. If the Hall of Rainmaster knew about this, they might take the opportunity to provoke or even destroy the city of 10,000 swords. Without the 9 swords, the city of 10,000 swords would not be able to deal with the Hall of Rainmaster. One Hall of Rainmaster could affect the entire 9 divisions. Even if the city of 10,000 swords could retreat unscathed, they would have to pay a huge price. Everyone's faces turned ugly. They were all old and experienced, so they quickly figured out the crux of the matter. Chu Li sat in his chakra pagoda. If it was any other formation, it might not be able to isolate the aura of the Great Compassion Sword. However, the chakra pagoda was different. It was also of the Buddhist lineage. Moreover, the strange energy around it could affect the Great Compassion Sword and isolate the aura of the Great Compassion Sword. There were 9 treasured swords in front of him. They were the 9 swords. He retrieved the monarch descends smoothly without any hindrance. He quietly looked at the 9 swords and frowned. When the 9 swords were placed together, they did not react as he expected. After they were placed together, they did not move at all. There was no sign of abnormality. It was obvious that it was useless to place them like that. He tried to pick up a sword and activated the corresponding sword technique. He already knew the sword technique of the 9 swords from the 2 times he sneaked into the inner city. The combination of the Heaven's Eye and the omniscient mirror was amazing. As he comprehended, he gradually mastered the sword technique of the other 8 swords. This included the Great Compassion Sword that required a merciful heart, the Moonfrost Sword that required a cold heart, and the Wild Thunder Sword that required a state of mind as vast as heaven and earth. He mastered them one by one. He was just not proficient enough, but he felt that it was enough to trigger a reaction from the 9 swords. Unfortunately, there was no reaction at all. He even suspected that he had obtained fake swords. Sitting in the chakra pagoda, he stared at the 9 swords over and over again. It was a pity that he could not activate the sword technique of all 9 swords at the same time. He deduced that it might require the sword technique of all 9 swords to be activated at the same time. Only when the 9 swords were close to each other would there be a strange change. Then they would form a sword formation and unleash a shocking power. When he thought of this, he could not help but tremble with excitement as he thought of a solution. He could connect with the earth. His body could not coexist with the 9 heart techniques. What about the earth? Chapter 2193. He stood in front of the 9 swords and pondered. His thoughts were as fast as lightning, one thought after another. He had already obtained the general technique. It was said that after combining the 9 swords into one and using the general technique, he would be able to form a sword wheel that could destroy everything. Unfortunately, after he obtained the general technique, he realized that the 9 swords did not move at all. There was no connection between him and the swords. Then, he thought about his interactions with the city of 1,000 swords. From the words of the elders, he deduced that the 9 swords into one was a sword formation. It required 9 people to control the swords, and one of them would use the general technique to control the swords to form a sword wheel. No wonder the elder said that it was useless even if he had the treasured swords. He could not use the 9 swords into one. He wondered if he could use the earth as a tool and store the 9 sword techniques in the earth. Then, he would use the general technique to control the 9 swords to form a sword formation. He decided to give it a try. First, he activated the sword technique of the sovereign descending sword. In the process of obtaining these sword techniques, it was all thanks to Gwabairu summoning those old demons back. Back then, the cultivator of the 9 swords was among those old demons. That was how he was able to obtain the sword techniques of the 9 swords using the omniscient mirror. After studying these sword techniques, he only had a superficial understanding of them. He could barely control the swords. He activated the monarch sword technique and waved his hand. The monarch sword flew to his hand and glowed faintly. Then it flew out again and landed on the ground one step away. His inner energy surged out from his feet and went to the monarch sword. His inner energy combined with the monarch sword. The monarch sword still glowed faintly. Then he activated the unparalleled sword technique. The unparalleled sword flew to his hand and glowed faintly. Then it flew to the ground one step away. The inner energy of the unparalleled sword technique flowed from the ground and into the unparalleled sword. The unparalleled sword shone again. Unfortunately, the unparalleled sword shone, but the monarch sword dimmed. He could multitask, but he only had one body. The 2 sword techniques clashed with each other. If he activated the unparalleled sword technique, he would not be able to activate the monarch sword technique. If that was the case, his idea would fail. Chuli stood in front of the swords and sighed helplessly. It was not easy. Thoughts flashed in his mind. One after another, ideas popped up in his head. In the end, he thought of the sword of indifference and the sword of cold moon. If he could condense the 9 sword energies in the void like these 2 sword techniques, he immediately dismissed this idea. The sword chi condensed in the void also required the circulation of the heart mantra in the body. It was still impossible to circulate all 9 sword spells at the same time. Could it be that he had no choice but to find 8 more people? He took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. He circulated the heavenly star void technique with all his might, thinking about the 9 sword techniques and the primary technique. The 9 swords could only form a sword array when they reinforced and restrained each other, so their sword incantation should also be like this. They reinforced and restrained each other, forming a formation of their own. Could it be possible to combine them into one, and then combine them with a fundamental incantation to form a set of mental cultivation methods? As soon as he thought about it, he began to meditate in seclusion, trying to combine the 9 sword techniques into one. Unfortunately, every single sword technique was exquisite beyond compare and possessed astonishing might. Changing was easier said than done. Otherwise, one would be underestimating the wisdom of the predecessors. He placed the 8 swords in the wheel pagoda and returned to Drizzle City with only the heaven-slaughtering sword to continue his seclusion. Over at the city of 10,000 swords, everyone was in a state of panic. As a right-in disciple like him was injured, no one paid any attention to him. Early in the morning, he was deep in thought. He raised his head to look at the rosy clouds in the sky, but his mood was not as bright as before. He suddenly turned to look at the void. He glanced at Zhao Haiyuan, who was walking out of the void. Then, he looked up at the sky and pretended he did not see him. Zhao Haiyuan landed on the ground. His sleeves fluttered as he looked at Chuli. Chuli turned his back to him. Zhao Haiyuan said, "Chuli, I underestimated you." Chuli said, "Say what you want. If not, leave. You stole the sword from the city of 1,000 swords, didn't you?" Zhao Haiyuan said coldly. Chuli said, "What if I did? What if I didn't? If that's the case, it was you." Zhao Haiyuan scoffed. "It's always the heavenly demon pretending to be the heavenly man. I didn't expect you to be the heavenly demon." "How unexpected?" Chuli snorted. "There's a thin line between the heavenly demon and the heavenly man. Who knows how many heavenly men are pretending to be the heavenly demon?" Zhao Haiyuan said, "That's true. The human heart is sinister. It's the same for the heavenly demon and the heavenly man. Chu Li remained silent. Zhao Haiyuan said, You stole the 9 swords. The city of 1,000 swords is in danger. Chu Li chuckled. Young Master Zhao, you're really compassionate. Zhao Haiyuan said, Although the city of 1,000 swords is a little overbearing and does things improperly, it suddenly collapsed. The martial arts world of the 9th heaven of the Grandmaster realm will be in turmoil. It will give the Azura and the heavenly demon an opportunity. Chu Li said, What are you trying to say, young Master Zhao? There's no need to return all 9 swords. But at least 4 swords must be returned to the city of 1,000 swords. Zhao Haiyuan said, We must suppress the situation in the city of 1,000 swords. Chu Li chuckled. Young Master Zhao, you're really noble. It shouldn't be difficult for the heaven-shaking pavilion to suppress the situation in the city of 1,000 swords, right? If the heaven-shaking pavilion gives them some treasures, it will naturally shock the world. We can't meddle in the sex affairs. Zhao Haiyuan shook his head. Chu Li scoffed. Isn't this considered meddling? They were the swords of the city of 1,000 swords. It's not a big deal to return 4 swords. Zhao Haiyuan said, It's not considered external interference. It's useless for you to keep the 9 swords. You can't be thinking of combining the 9 swords into one, right? Chu Li said, Young Master Zhao, you don't have to worry about that. I heard that you and Senior Sister Fu worked together to snatch the swords. Do you know what will happen to Senior Sister Fu? Zhao Haiyuan said. Chu Li raised his eyebrows and turned to look at him. What will happen? As a disciple of the Tai Hao Peak, she can't simply go against other sections. She has already violated the peak's rules. She will be severely punished. Zhao Haiyuan said slowly. Chu Li frowned. Are you saying that the disciples of the Tai Hao Peak can attack other sects? What a joke. The Tai Hao Peak must maintain a detached and independent state. If they meddle in the martial arts world, won't the world be in chaos? Zhao Haiyuan said. Chu Li asked, What kind of punishment will there be? She will have to face the wall for at least 10 years. In the worst case, her martial arts will be crippled. Zhao Haiyuan scoffed. Chu Li laughed. Young Master Zhao, do you think Miss Fu is stupid? Zhao Haiyuan said. Driven by gratitude and hatred, she will be hot-headed. Even the smartest person will do stupid things. Chu Li frowned as he looked at him. Zhao Haiyuan scoffed. I'm guessing that she helped you snatch the swords, and you will avenge her? Chu Li smiled. I've underestimated young Master Zhao. It was impossible for Fu Kaiwei to reveal this matter, and he would not do so either. In that case, it could be Zhao Haiyuan who predicted it. Senior Sister Fu's enemy is Song Wuji, Zhao Haiyuan said lightly. And Song Wuji isn't someone Senior Sister Fu can deal with alone. Chu Li said, As a disciple of the Tai Hao Peak, won't it be easy for her to find someone to help her? She could just ask for help from other disciples of the Tai Hao Peak. Zhao Haiyuan shook his head. The disciples of the Tai Hao Peak won't dare to go against Song Wuji. The peak leader has given a strict order. Unless they want to die. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. What about Miss Fu? Chapter 2194. Chu Li asked, Isn't that a grave sin? It's good that you know. Zhao Haiyuan shook his head. She had to pay a hefty price for helping you. It seems like she has feelings for you. Chu Li laughed. Young Master Zhao, your imagination runs wild. If I return the sword to the city of 10,000 swords, won't she be punished? It will reduce her punishment, Zhao Haiyuan said. Chu Li smiled. But she's still fine now. She's cultivating in isolation. That's not the right time. Zhao Haiyuan scoffed. Tai Hao Peak has strict rules. There are no exceptions. Senior Sister Fu will be punished for violating the rules. She won't be able to escape. Chu Li replied, If I'm going to be punished, then so be it. I can't possibly stop Tai Hao Peak from doing what they want. Sigh. Zhao Haiyuan frowned and sighed. He looked up at the sky and mumbled, Senior Sister Fu is smart, but she doesn't know how to read people. She trusted you and fell in love with you. She's willing to be punished just to help you. She's really. Chu Li smiled. Miss Fu will make her own decisions. Who are you to her, young Master Zhao? Why are you so worried? I'm Senior Sister Fu's friend. Zhao Haiyuan said, although she doesn't recognize me as a friend, I've always treated her as one. I can't just watch her get hurt and trust a despicable person like you. He saw that Chu Li was unmoved by Fu Kaiwei's punishment. Chu Li was indifferent. He was infuriated. Fu Kaiwei was also an extremely intelligent woman. How could she fall for such a despicable person who did not care about her at all? He was angry and resentful. He was angry at Fu Kaiwei for not living up to his expectations and for not knowing how to judge people properly. He was also angry at Chu Li for not knowing how to appreciate Fu Kaiwei. Chu Li smiled. What do you want then? Zhao Haiyuan scoffed. Although your character is bad, your martial arts is top-notch. Otherwise, Senior Sister Fu wouldn't have valued you. Come, let me see what you're capable of. Chu Li raised his eyebrows and smiled. Do you really want to fight? In the past, he was not Zhao Haiyuan's opponent. Later on, he surpassed him. Now, he could even defeat Zhao Haiyuan. The two of them had exchanged a few blows on the way to Wangqing Cliff. Zhao Haiyuan's cultivation was indeed profound. In such a short period of time, he had surpassed Zhao Haiyuan. Perhaps Zhao Haiyuan couldn't let it go, so he wanted to have another match to thoroughly defeat him. Unfortunately, Zhao Haiyuan possessed a secret skill and a treasure that could block his omniscient mirror. Ever since the omniscient mirror fused with the Sky Eye, its power had become more and more terrifying. Even the combination of some secret skills and treasures could not stop its prying. Powerful people like Guopairu could not stop it. Yet, Zhao Haiyuan was able to block it. Clearly, the secret art he cultivated was more powerful, and the treasures he possessed were also more powerful. The city of 10,000 swords could not compare to him. Zhao Haiyuan stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, You think I'm not your opponent? Chu Li nodded. Master Zhao, the heaven-shaking brothel isn't using martial arts to win, is it? Why are you asking for trouble? He also had the intention to teach Zhao Haiyuan a lesson. Every time he could, he would beat him up. Come! Zhao Haiyuan snorted. Chu Li shook his head and sighed. He extended his hand and said, Please advise me. Zhao Haiyuan threw a light punch. Chu Li's vision suddenly turned black as if the light was absorbed by this punch. His surroundings seemed to sink again. Chu Li felt as if the void had frozen. When the fist force arrived, it was shattered by this punch. The void shattered together with him. Chu Li's body suddenly emitted a golden light, as if Buddha had descended. Zhao Haiyuan looked at him in surprise. He did not expect Chu Li's protective divine technique to be so solemn and sacred. It had already obtained the essence of Buddhism. He scoffed and said, Looks like you've inherited the teachings of Buddhism. No wonder you're so arrogant. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. He was also surprised. This was the true Supreme Warrior's body. The Supreme Warrior's scripture of true Supreme Warrior that was activated by the spiritual energy of the upper level was even more shocking. Not only did it display the power of the Supreme Warrior's scripture, but it also displayed the Buddhist holy technique to its fullest. It was extremely vivid, golden, and sacred. However, Zhao Haiyuan's fist technique was truly amazing. It was no wonder he dared to go against him. Bam, 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 bam. Chu Li used the true Supreme Warrior's palm to deal with his strange fist technique. One flashed with golden light, and the other seemed to shatter the void. It shattered the void, but could not break the Supreme Warrior's body. When he activated the true Supreme Warrior's palm, he no longer absorbed the spiritual energy around him. Instead, he condensed the spiritual energy in his palm. It did not look dazzling, and its power was slightly weaker. Even so, it was enough to deal with Zhao Haiyuan's fist technique. The two had exchanged more than 50 moves. Zhao Haiyuan's handsome face gradually darkened. Suddenly, he pointed a finger from his left sleeve. A silent finger force attacked Chu Li. The divine fortune finger was stronger than before. Chu Li struck his palm and shattered the divine fortune finger. Zhao Haiyuan shook his head. The divine fortune finger did not work. He suddenly took out an item and threw it at Chu Li. Chu Li was suddenly alarmed. He He wanted to disappear, but it was too late. Zhao Haiyuan's move was sudden and swift, catching Chu Li by surprise. Before Chu Li could shift into the void, the object had already exploded, forming a bright light that shone on Chu Li's body. His movements became sluggish, and he suddenly stopped moving. He looked at Zhao Haiyuan motionlessly. His eyes were blank, and they quickly dimmed. Then he slowly fell down, and with a bang, he fell on his back. Zhao Haiyuan took a step forward and looked at Chu Li. His face was solemn. Chu Li, you can only blame yourself for provoking Senior Sister Fu. Don't blame me for killing you. He reached out to check Chu Li's breathing and heartbeat. Both had stopped. There was no sign of life in Chu Li's body. He was dead. There did not seem to be any external injuries. It was his soul that was severely damaged. This perishable light made Chu Li disappear completely. Even his soul did not exist. There was no possibility of reincarnation. He was completely annihilated. Once the light of perishable shone on him, Song Wuji would definitely die if he was caught off guard. He could only obtain 2 fortuitous encounters. One would be given to Fu Kaiwei to help her take revenge, and the other would be used to destroy Chu Li. When he thought of this, he took a deep look at Chu Li and floated away. Although his method was a little unethical, he had to do it to get Fu Kaiwei. Otherwise, Fu Kaiwei would be stubborn and he would not stand a chance. Time passed slowly. The sun moved from the east to the center of the sky, then to the west. Finally, it set and darkness returned. Chu Li lay on the ground motionlessly. Everyone knew that he was in isolated cultivation, so no one disturbed him. Xiao Qi and Sun Mingyue, who were in isolated cultivation in the nunnery, opened their eyes. They were in different courtyards, but they opened their eyes at the same time. Their faces were solemn. They wanted to follow their senses to return to Chu Li's side, but they realized that they were at a loss. They could not sense Chu Li. It was as if he had disappeared from the world, and they could not sense him. Xiao Qi's face became more solemn. Chu Li had also experienced life and death, but she had never felt this way. Even when Chu Li was resurrected and died, she did not feel this frightened and could not sense him at all. Was he really dead this time? Sun Mingyue appeared in Xiao Qi's courtyard in a flash and said, "Senior Sister Xiao." Chu Li, Xiao Qi's face darkened. She said slowly, "I felt it too. Do you have a secret technique to find him?" Sun Mingyue asked. Xiao Qi shook her head. "I can't find him anymore." Chapter 2195. Both of them had ugly expressions on their faces as they fell silent. After a while, Fu Kaiwei came over in a yellow robe. She looked at them and smiled. "What happened?" "Senior Sister Fu, Chu Li can't be found," Sun Mingyue said. Fu Kaiwei asked him. "He might have met with an accident." Sun Mingyue frowned. She paced back and forth with her hands behind her back. Her bearing was dignified, revealing the bearing of a sect master. She said in a deep voice, "Moreover, this is not an ordinary accident. Otherwise, we would have been able to sense his existence. There are very few people in the world who can kill Chu Li." Fu Kaiwei smiled. "Besides, he's so cunning. Don't scare yourselves. He'll come looking for you after a while." "Senior Sister Fu, it's different this time," Xiao Qi said softly. Fu Kaiwei asked, "Junior Sister Xiao, will Chu Li really die?" "It's hard to say." Xiao Qi sighed. "I have an ominous feeling. I've never had such a feeling before." She felt that Chu Li had completely disappeared from the world, as if he had never appeared. This made her heart palpitate, but she did not show it. Instead, she was thinking about all kinds of possibilities. Could it be that Chu Li had learned some mystical technique that allowed him to conceal himself? Or could it be that he had obtained a mystical item that allowed him to conceal himself like before? Sun Mingyue had the same thought and hoped that she was lucky. "Is Senior Sister Fu here?" Zhao Haiyuan's clear voice was heard. Fu Kaiwei frowned. "This is a quiet place for Buddhism. Don't make any noise." She appeared outside the nunnery in a flash and looked at Zhao Haiyuan, who was standing on a treetop. She asked, "Zhao Haiyuan, how did you find this place too?" "Senior Sister Fu." Zhao Haiyuan's fist saluted with a smile. His sleeves fluttered in the wind. making him look indescribably handsome. Other than the boundless surpassing state, where else can senior sister Fu hide? Hi, Fu Kaiwei scoffed. Zhao Haiyuan said, I've already met Chu Li. He's extremely audacious and ambitious. He actually stole the 9 treasured swords. The city of 10,000 swords is in a precarious situation. Senior sister Fu, you've already violated the rules of the Taihao Peak and will be punished. All right, I can't hide it from you. Fu Kaiwei looked at his confident expression. Since Chu Li had already obtained the 9 swords, there was nothing for her to hide. She calmly said, So are you here to mock me? How can senior sister Fu think that way? Zhao Haiyuan said with dissatisfaction. Do you think I'm such a despicable person in senior sister Fu's heart? You can't be any more open and above board. Fu Kaiwei snorted. She thought that she had a good eye for people. This Zhao Haiyuan seemed to be carefree and aloof, but he was actually a stubborn person. He liked to get into a dead end and liked to go to extremes. It was better not to provoke him. Zhao Haiyuan shook his head. I know that senior sister Fu is helping Chu Li because she wants him to help her kill Song Wuji. It's good that you know. Fu Kaiwei frowned and said, The heaven-shaking tower is indeed the heaven-shaking tower. Only a few people knew about the blood feud between her and Song Wuji, and it would not spread. It was not easy for the heaven-shaking tower to find out. Zhao Haiyuan said, Senior sister Fu has found the wrong person. It's not Chu Li. Then who can do it? Fu Kaiwei snorted. Zhao Haiyuan pointed at himself. Fu Kaiwei pursed her lips into a smile and shook her head. I didn't expect you to be so good at joking. Zhao Haiyuan said, Senior sister Fu, do you think I can do it? You? Fu Kaiwei said, In terms of predicting the world situation and avoiding danger, you might be better. However, in terms of martial arts, you're far behind Chu Li. Forget it. Actually, martial arts is not necessary to kill people. There are other things. Zhao Haiyuan took out a small round pearl from his pocket. At first glance, it looked like a luminous pearl, emitting a gentle light. Fu Kaiwei frowned and glanced at the luminous pearl. She did not feel anything strange or dangerous from it. She shook her head and smiled. What's the use of such a small thing? This is the silencing ray, Zhao Haiyuan said. Fu Kaiwei asked, What is the silencing ray? The silencing ray is said to be a Buddhist divine power. It can extinguish all sentient beings. There were monks who condensed it into a heart pearl so that it would not appear in the world. It is only used as a treasure to protect the temple. Zhao Haiyuan passed it to Fu Kaiwei. As long as you chant for 49 days, you will naturally be recognized by it. Then, you will be illuminated by the silencing ray, and you'll be fine. Fu Kaiwei did not take it. She only glanced at it and said, I've never heard of it. Zhao Haiyuan said, It can kill Song Wuji. Fu Kaiwei shook her head and laughed. What a joke. It can kill Song Wuji? She was not only afraid of Song Wuji's martial arts, but also his treasures. As the master of the Thunder Pool, he must have a lot of treasures. I knew senior sister Fu would not believe me, so I did a small experiment in advance. Zhao Haiyuan chuckled and shook his head. I obtained 2 silencing rays in a fortuitous encounter. I used one to kill someone. Senior sister Fu knew this person. Fu Kaiwei frowned. Who? Chu Li, Zhao Haiyuan said with a smile. Chu Li has died under this silencing light. You killed Chu Li? Fu Kaiwei's face darkened. She stared at him coldly. Her clear gaze seemed to pierce through his body. Zhao Haiyuan smiled. No wonder senior sister Fu chose him to help you. His cultivation level is really high and impressive. I'm no match for him. Of course, Fu Kaiwei said coldly. You can't defeat him even if you team up. Zhao Haiyuan said, but I, who is much weaker than him, still killed him. I used this silencing ray to kill him. He was killed without any resistance. His soul was destroyed in an instant, and he died. You killed Chu Li? 2 angry voices were heard. Xiao Qi and Sun Mingwei appeared in front of him. Their bright eyes were cold. Zhao Haiyuan glanced at the 2 women. His gaze swept across their beautiful faces. He sighed in his heart. Chu Li was really lucky with women. He actually managed to win the hearts of two beautiful women. You killed Chuli? Sun Mingyue asked. Her jade-like face was filled with anger and majesty, making Zhao Haiyuan unable to resist. He subconsciously replied, yes. Sun Mingyue took a deep breath and turned to look at Fu Kaiwei. Senior Sister Fu, is he your friend? He killed Chuli. He's my enemy, Fu Kaiwei said. Zhao Haiyuan quickly said, Senior Sister Fu, listen to me. Fu Kaiwei frowned. What else is there to say? Zhao Haiyuan said, if this silencing ray can kill Chuli, it can also kill Song Wuji. It's powerful enough. You can take it and kill Song Wuji. Why do you have to break the sect rules for Chuli? Sigh. Fu Kaiwei was a little emotional. She did not know what to say. Senior Sister Fu, we have to avenge Chuli, Xiao Qi said softly. Zhao Haiyuan quickly said, Chuli is already a dead man. It's useless no matter how powerful he is. He can't help you. Senior Sister Fu, take this silencing ray. It's okay even if they want to kill me. Fu Kaiwei scoffed and said, all right, I'll accept it. Sun Mingyue and Xiao Qi looked at her and nodded to thank her. Chapter 2196. Seeing that Fu Kaiwei accepted the pearl, Zhao Haiyuan smiled. In any case, she finally accepted it. His efforts were not in vain. Killing Chu Li was enough to move her heart. Otherwise, she would inevitably doubt the silencing ray. Sun Mingyue and Xiao Qi attacked Zhao Haiyuan from both sides. The Sword of Forgetfulness and the Divine Light fist respectively attacked. Zhao Haiyuan flicked his sleeves and threw out 2 punches, followed by 2 Heavenly Secrets fingers. The 2 women did not expect his fist technique to be so strange. The void seemed to be shattered, and they were crushed as well. They were immediately awakened by their own protective divine technique and faced the 2 finger energies. They heard from Chu Li about Zhao Haiyuan's divine eyes and knew that they must be on guard against it. If they were not careful, they would be ambushed. Although the 2 women were angry, they did not lose their calmness. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous sound was endless. Zhao Haiyuan said, Senior Sister Fu, don't blame me for being merciless if they don't give up. Up to you. Fu Kaiwei shook her head. I'll take your pearl and won't do anything. As for them, I don't care. Who asked you to kill Chuli? Did you really kill Chuli? She still did not believe it. Chu Li's strength was deeply engraved in her heart. He was really a genius. With his ability, it was impossible to kill Chu Li. Could this luminous pearl really kill Chu Li? She could not believe it. Zhao Haiyuan snorted. Under the silencing ray, it's useless no matter how strong Chu Li is. Then you can only die by their hands. Fu Kaiwei shook her head. You're their enemy. As a senior sister, it's already unkind of me not to help them. How can I stop them from taking revenge? If I kill them, Senior Sister Fu won't stop me, right? Zhao Haiyuan scoffed. Fu Kaiwei smiled. Then my junior sisters. Of course, I have the obligation to protect them. Senior Sister Fu, don't you think this is too much? Zhao Haiyuan snorted coldly. He was extremely angry. She took his item and played him. Only women and villains were difficult to deal with. Fu Kaiwei said, of course, if you're not in front of me, I can't stop you from killing them, right? Zhao Haiyuan perked up. He immediately understood Fu Kaiwei's meaning. So he cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, then I'll take my leave. Sure, Fu Kaiwei said with a smile. Zhao Haiyuan knew that if he fought with the 2 women now, he would only be bullied. Once he used his killing move, Fu Kaiwei would definitely interfere, and if he didn't use his killing move, he wouldn't be able to withstand the 2 women. The power of the Sword of Oblivion and the Divine Fist of Great Light was astonishing. Moreover, the 2 girls were extremely intelligent and had a tacit understanding with each other, which multiplied their power. Moreover, the cultivation of the 2 girls was not much different from his. They were worthy of being disciples of Great Sky Peak. He had his trump card, and as disciples of Great Sky Peak, the 2 girls definitely had theirs as well. If they were to risk their lives at the crucial moment, it was still unknown who would win. It was best to leave first, otherwise they would not be able to leave later. He immediately began to attack violently, as if he didn't care about his own safety. As soon as they saw him like this, they knew what he was thinking. The two women also disregarded their own safety, allowing the power of the Heavenly Secret's finger to strike them, wanting to make him stay. This was a rare opportunity. Otherwise, with the personalities of these people from the heaven-shaking pavilion, it would be very difficult to catch him. Bang, bang. The two women each took a blow from the Heavenly Secret's finger. As if they were hit by a hammer, they flew backward and spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. They didn't care about reducing the force of their injuries, and instead allowed their injuries to worsen as they charged forward and struck his back. Bang! A green light appeared around Zhao Haiyuan, blocking the sword of oblivion and the divine fist of great light. Then his body suddenly accelerated, wanting to escape from the two women. A gentle force blocked in front of him. This force wasn't strong and seemed to be non-existent. It was Fu Caiwei's secret attack. Zhao Haiyuan turned around and glared at her, shouting, "Senior Sister Fu, you've gone too far." She took his orb and still wanted to plot against him. This was truly killing the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness. Fu Caiwei lightly shook her head and smiled. "Oh, I made a mistake. I'm sorry." Zhao Haiyuan was shaken by her beautiful smile, and his anger was instantly extinguished. He couldn't say anything else and could only grunt angrily. The two women attacked him again. Zhao Haiyuan angrily roared, "If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being ruthless." A ray of light slowly appeared, like the beginning of the sun. With a loud boom, the tree of life and death descended from the void. It split the sky and the earth and reformed the void in his mind. All the Buddhas and heavenly demons appeared one by one. Chuli slowly came back to his senses. He thought about the previous scene and how he was killed without being able to fight back. He thought about that strange light. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than light. He had nothing to say about dying under this light. However, he never thought that Zhao Haiyuan would kill him. He quickly figured out the reason. It was because of Fu Caiwei. No matter what the reason was, Zhao Haiyuan was the one who killed him. He had no other choice. He would not spare the enemy who killed him. Zhao Haiyuan had to die, but how could he block that ray of light from Zhao Haiyuan? Otherwise, even if he found Zhao Haiyuan and Zhao Haiyuan threw that light again, he still wouldn't be able to fight back and would die again. If he died this time, he didn't know if he would wake up again and if he would be lucky this time. He kept replaying the scene of the silencing light in his mind. Over and over again, he kept using the Heavenly Star Insight skill to deduce its secrets. What he wanted to know the most was not the silencing light, but why did his keen intuition not detect Zhao Haiyuan's killing intent? If he didn't figure this out, he would be plotted against in the future. Did all the disciples of the heaven-shaking pavilion have this ability? Or was it just Zhao Haiyuan? Then he thought about his resurrection. This time, he died suddenly and without warning. He didn't know what happened in an instant. He understood that it must be a strange technique like the god punishing thunder sword that directly killed his soul and not his body. Previously, he was worried that although the life and death scripture was amazing, it couldn't withstand such a method of death. Thus, he had been careful. Now, he understood that the life and death scripture could withstand it and resurrect him. After he obtained the reincarnation pagoda, he had a more thorough understanding of life and death. He had a deeper understanding of his life and death this time. His soul seemed to be attached to the life and death tree, but the life and death scripture seemed illusory. It seemed like he visualized it, but that was not the case. The life and death tree truly existed in the void, but it was an unreachable void. After he visualized it, his soul was attached to the life and death tree. Even if he was destroyed, his soul would still exist on the life and death tree. The life and death tree could restore his soul and resurrect him again. Thus, as long as his body existed, he was not afraid of this secret killing technique. He took a deep breath, and his killing intent rose again. He activated the Heavenly Star Insight skill and the omniscient mirror to search for Zhao Haiyuan. Now that the omniscient mirror had the heaven's eye, its observation range was no longer limited to a radius of a few hundred miles. As long as he willed it, he could observe what he wanted to observe from a long distance. Chapter 2197. Zhao Haiyuan took out a jade pendant and was about to crush it. He stared at Xiao Qi and Sun Mingyue viciously and shook his head. You forced me to do this. I can only send you to the afterlife. He then laughed again. Haha, it's impossible for all of you to travel together because Chuli has been struck by the perishable light and has completely vanished. It's impossible for him to reincarnate. You won't be able to see him ever again. He was about to crush the jade pendant when Fu Kaiwei shouted, Zhao Haiyuan, what are you doing? Zhao Haiyuan's silhouette flashed as he dodged a divine radiance fist. He said in a low voice, Senior Sister Fu, you've gone too far with me. I'm in pain, but who asked me to like you? But I must kill them because they will never let me go. He was also worried about the two women's identities. As a disciple of Tai Hao Peak, they would become stronger and he could no longer defeat them. He did not want to live in their shadows and worry about being hunted down. If it was any other sect, with the status of the heaven-shaking pavilion, they would be able to force the other party not to take revenge. However, the heaven-shaking peak could not do so. The heaven-shaking pavilion could not control the heaven-shaking peak. Thus, the heaven-shaking pavilion would not say anything about the grudges between them. Fu Kaiwei scoffed. What are you holding? There's a blade intent sealed in it. Zhao Haiyuan smiled proudly. It's a blade intent accumulated by a peerless swordsman. Once it's crushed, it'll be enough to kill them. If you kill them, Tai Hao Peak will definitely take revenge for them, and you won't be able to live, Fu Kaiwei said. Her heart skipped a beat. In the 9 levels of Outland, it was rare to cultivate a blade, as Devis had a long lifespan. Swordsmanship was the most suitable for them, or they could only cultivate their fists and legs and win with their profound cultivation. Blade techniques were easy to learn but difficult to master, so their power would be far inferior to sword techniques in the later stages. Those who were famous for their blade techniques were usually extremely talented. They could break through the barriers of blade techniques and were more powerful than sword techniques. I can't care about that anymore. Zhao Haiyuan scoffed. He knew that Fu Kaiwei was right. If he killed the two women, Tai Hao Peak would definitely take revenge, and he would never have a day of peace. If he killed them, Fu Kaiwei would directly deal with him. Fu Kaiwei said, If I were you, I'd run for my life and not do anything stupid. Senior Sister Fu, thank you. Zhao Haiyuan kept the jade pendant and was hit by the sword of oblivion. A green light flashed around him again to block the sword. As he was hit by the divine fist of great light and the sword of indifference several times, the green light around him became thicker and thicker. It was no longer as light as before, but it seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. However, he knew that when it reached its peak, it would be the time of destruction. He glanced at the two women. There was blood at the corner of their mouths, which made their jade-like faces look especially dazzling and lovely. Unfortunately, they were his enemies. He chuckled and said, You can't do anything to me. Xiao Qi and Sun Mingyue did not say anything as they continued to attack him. They did not believe that they could not break his protective treasure. Zhao Haiyuan said proudly, Your great firmament peak's secret arts are profound, and you have inheritances from the upper heavens. Our heaven-shaking pavilion doesn't have them, but we are not inferior to you. We have better luck, and we can obtain fortuitous encounters and treasures. Zhao Haiyuan said proudly, Your Tai Hao Peak has profound antique studies and inheritances from the upper heaven. We, the heaven-shaking tower, don't have them, but we're not inferior to you. We're luckier and can obtain fortuitous encounters and treasures. The heaven-shaking tower could predict the birth of treasures and intercept them in advance. Therefore, the disciples of the heaven-shaking tower had the most treasures and fortuitous encounters. Fortuitous encounters were not only about treasures, but also inheritances. Unfortunately, they received too many inheritances, and many of them were powerful. However, the more powerful the martial arts, the harder it was to cultivate. It also had a high requirement for one's qualifications. Some were unable to cultivate even if they obtained world-shaking secret arts because their aptitude was not up to par. Shao Qi and Sun Mingwei were determined to break his protective green light, so they were hit by the Sword of Prophecy again. Shao Qi and Sun Mingwei wanted to break his protective green light and were hit by the Sword of Prophecy again. Blood flowed from the corner of their mouths again. Fu Kaiwei was not worried about their injuries. They all had extraordinary martial arts, so the Sword of Prophecy could not take their lives. It was a good chance for them to practice their martial arts. No matter how hard they trained on the Taihao Peak, it would not be as rewarding as a fight to the death. Suddenly, a sword light appeared behind Zhao Haiyuan and slashed the back of his neck. Zhao Haiyuan still had a proud smile on his face. He felt that the two women's efforts were futile. Apart from this protective treasure, he still had two more. He wanted to see how profound their skills were and how long they could last. When he felt that something was wrong, his vision quickly turned black and was quickly swallowed by darkness. Chu Li leaped out of the void and swung his arm. The rotating wheel palm energy had already hit Zhao Haiyuan's soul that was gradually leaving his body. The rotating wheel palm energy immediately scattered his soul and turned it into ashes. It was the same situation as when Chu Li was hit by the light. Zhao Haiyuan could not be resurrected unless he had a secret skill like the life and death scripture. Husband! Chu Li! Oh no! The three women screamed at the same time. Chu Li smiled at the three women. The sword attack, just now, was a combination of the omniscient mirror and the heaven's eye. Through the prophecy technique, he found the weakness of Zhao Haiyuan's protective divine light and unleashed the sky regicide sword's power to its maximum. Shao Qi and Sun Mingwei took a step forward and approached him. Chu Li smiled. Hurry up and heal yourself. Don't delay. When they saw him standing in front of them with a smile, the two women's hearts were at ease. They sighed in relief, and their original anger and killing intent disappeared. Chu Li asked, Taihao Peak doesn't have spirit pills? Fu Kaiwei took out a small jade bottle and poured out 2 pills for the 2 women. She looked at him and said, I heard from Zhao Haiyuan that he's killed you. It seems like he lied. This silencing light isn't that powerful. It's stronger than I thought. Chu Li shook his head and sighed. If I didn't have a protective treasure, I would have been killed. I see. Fu Kaiwei nodded thoughtfully. Shao Qi and Sun Mingwei consumed the pills. Soon, white steam rose from their heads. The sword of insensibility and the Buddha statue above Sun Mingwei could vaguely be seen in the void above Shao Qi's head. It was obvious that they were about to materialize. Fu Kaiwei said, But Chu Li, you're in big trouble. Chu Li glanced at the corpse on the ground and said, Will the heaven-shaking pavilion pursue you? What do you think? Fu Kaiwei said, The heaven-shaking pavilion has always thought highly of themselves. They think that they're enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens and controlling the world. The heaven-shaking pavilion's disciples are favored by the heavens. Not many people would dare to kill them. How can we salvage the situation? Chu Li smiled. Not to mention that Zhao Haiyuan had killed him once. Even if he attacked the 2 women, he would not let him off easily. There's nothing we can do. Fu Kaiwei shook her head. Take care of yourself. Even if the Taihao Peak kills the heaven-shaking pavilion's disciples, the heaven-shaking pavilion won't let it go easily. Then let's test the heaven-shaking pavilion's ability, Chu Li said. Chapter 2198. Chu Li's expression changed. He suddenly felt a burst of vitality appear in Zhao Haiyuan's body. It was a strange feeling. He turned to look at Fu Kaiwei. Fu Kaiwei also frowned as she looked at the corpse on the ground. Shao Qi and Sun Mingwei snapped out of their ecstasy and looked at Zhao Haiyuan. Zhao Haiyuan's head was originally 3 to 4 meters away from his body. There was no blood on his neck or head. With the sky regaining sword, the wound was sealed and could not bleed. Therefore, although his head was separated, it did not look bloody. Under the gazes of the 4 of them, Zhao Haiyuan's head suddenly flew up and landed on the body. Then, the body jumped up and stood up straight, motionless. Chu Li sighed. Looks like he's coming back alive. He had a strange skill that could resurrect the dead, but there might be other skills in this world that could resurrect people. Fu Kaiwei said, if he really comes back alive, it's your luck. I wonder what treasure he has that can prevent him from dying. Chu Li had seen the Death Exemption Tablet before and thought it was called the Death Exemption Tablet because it could remove death and injury. Now that he saw this, he suddenly felt that there might be similar treasures that could prevent him from dying. Xiao Qi asked, is there really a treasure that can resurrect the dead? Yes. Fu Kaiwei nodded and looked at the two girls. There's such a treasure in Taihao Peak, but it's too valuable. One needs to make a great contribution to get it. Ordinary disciples don't have the chance to see it. Senior Sister Fu, do you have one? Sun Mingyue asked. Fu Kaiwei sighed. I don't, but I've seen others with them. Senior Sister Fu, you should get one. Sun Mingyue smiled. Fu Kaiwei said, do you think there are many such treasures? There are only a few of them in this world. The heaven-shaking tower has the advantage of being able to derive and obtain such a treasure. Most sects don't even know about it. While the four of them were talking, Zhao Haiyuan suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Chu Li with a cold glare. Chu Li extended his hand and was about to use another rotating wheel palm to destroy his soul. Fu Kaiwei suddenly raised her hand to stop him and shook her head. Forget it. Chu Li frowned. I've already killed him once. He won't give up so easily. I might as well eliminate him. I'll think of a way to resolve this, Fu Kaiwei said. He killed you once, and you killed him once. We're even. Chu Li shook his head. He also wanted to kill my wife and the others. Fu Kaiwei said they wanted to kill him for revenge. He didn't want to kill them, and he didn't dare to kill them. She could see that Zhao Haiyuan had a murderous intent and was prepared to kill the two women. Later, because of her reminder, he gave up on the thought of killing, but no matter what, he had indeed extinguished the thought of killing. Chu Li sized Fu Kaiwei up and laughed softly. Miss Fu, do you really think that as a disciple of the heaven-shaking tower, you would be this careful? He did not believe that Zhao Haiyuan would not dare to kill Xiao Qi and Sun Mingyue. As a disciple of the heaven-shaking tower, he had always considered himself to be favored by the heavens. How could he not feel murderous when he was being chased by two women? If he could really endure it, he would not be a disciple of the heaven-shaking tower. Fu Kaiwei smiled and said, he's not an impulsive person. Looks like you've been planning to kill me for a long time. I really couldn't tell. I'm ashamed, Chu Li said. He felt that it was not unjust that he did not notice Zhao Haiyuan's murderous intent. Of course, even if he had not been careless, he would not have been able to avoid that light because there was no sign of it beforehand. Even if he knew that Zhao Haiyuan wanted to kill him, he would not have been able to escape. This was the absolute power. As the two of them spoke, Zhao Haiyuan's eyes regained their clarity. He stared coldly at Chu Li. Did you kill me? He had his back to Chu Li. Without his head, he really did not know how he died. Chu Li sized him up. You don't know how you died? The corpse and the head had already fused together. There was only a circle of red wounds that seemed to have healed. The power that resurrected him was indeed strong. It directly healed his injuries. It was miraculous. I don't know, Zhao Haiyuan said calmly, but I can guess that it was you. Chu Li, good skill, I'm impressed. As he spoke, he gave a thumbs up and smiled. I killed you once, and you killed me once. We're even now. Xiao Qi tugged at Chu Li's sleeve. Let's forget about it for now. She did not want Chu Li to provoke the Heaven Shake Tower. A group of people like that was very difficult to deal with. He would not be able to eat or sleep well. Sun Mingyue looked at Zhao Haiyuan. Zhao, you can actually resurrect the dead. What treasure is that? Zhao Haiyuan said proudly. Resurrection? Chu Li sighed. I don't know how many times you can resurrect the dead. As he spoke, he did not wait for Fu Kaiwei to react. His eyes focused. Suddenly, a blue light flashed in his eyes. Bang! Zhao Haiyuan flew backward. He had already closed his eyes in the air. When he landed, he was already dead. Chu Li, Fu Kaiwei hurriedly called out. Chu Li said, let's see if he can still live this time. His murderous intent towards Zhao Haiyuan was turbulent and violent. The god-slaying thunder sword that was condensed was shockingly powerful. Coupled with the power of thunder, it stabbed Zhao Haiyuan when he had just resurrected and was in low spirits. Fu Kaiwei approached Zhao Haiyuan and looked at his motionless body that had lost its vitality. She sighed. "You've really gotten yourself into big trouble." Chu Li smiled. "Big trouble, then? If I can't do whatever I want after learning martial arts, then what's the point of cultivating?" Fu Kaiwei shook her head. "It's impossible to do whatever I want. It's just a beautiful wish. Not to mention you. Even our peak master is the same." Chu Li said, "This time, we're even. If he can wake up, then we won't kill him." The four of them looked at Zhao Haiyuan's corpse. A strange power suddenly appeared, seemingly coming from the void, and landed on Zhao Haiyuan's body. Then a vigorous life force surged out, and Zhao Haiyuan stood up straight again. His eyes were wide open, and a cold light shot out from them. Chu Li smiled. "This resurrection? It's really powerful." At first glance, this resurrection, its power was stronger than his life and death scripture because it recovered faster. The life and death scripture required a process, from life to death, from death to life, step by step. But this resurrection, it was different. In just a moment, it could bring a person back to life. It was really powerful. Fu Kaiwei frowned and nodded. This heaven-shaking tower is not to be underestimated. She realized that she had underestimated the heaven-shaking tower. Just this one resurrection? She had never heard of it. Not to mention anything else. What if Song Wuji also had such a treasure? How many times could she kill Song Wuji with her own abilities? Chu Li said, "There aren't many of these treasures, right?" "Very few," Fu Kaiwei said. Chu Li said, "That's good. Or else the world will really be in chaos." Fu Kaiwei nodded solemnly. Zhao Haiyuan's eyes lit up again. He turned his head and stared at Chu Li. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. It was fleeting and no one could see it. Chapter 2199. Chu Li sized him up. Fu Kaiwei quickly said, "Chu Li, that's enough." Xiao Qi pulled down his sleeve. Sun Mingwei said, "This time? How many times can it be resurrected?" Zhao Haiyuan scoffed proudly. "As long as I die, I can resurrect no matter how many times." Chu Li smiled. "I'll have to try." Fu Kaiwei asked, "Zhao Haiyuan, is this a treasure from your sect or yours?" "Senior Sister Fu, do you want it?" Zhao Haiyuan asked. Fu Kaiwei shook her head. "I want to know how many more of these treasures there are." "I don't know." Zhao Haiyuan shook his head. "Did I get it from a fortuitous encounter or this one?" Fu Kaiwei said, "It was with the silencing light." "Yes." Zhao Haiyuan nodded. "This time, it's a treasure left behind by a virtuous senior monk who cultivated a divine power like the silencing light and resurrection. Such a miraculous creature. I'm sure it's not a nobody." Fu Kaiwei asked, "What was the senior monk's dharma name?" "I don't know." Zhao Haiyuan shook his head. "The senior monk only left behind his treasure, but not his body. He must have turned into a rainbow." Fu Kaiwei nodded. Chu Li said, "Young Master Zhao, we're even now. What do you think?" Zhao Haiyuan's fear was fleeting, but it did not escape Chu Li's observation. He knew that Zhao Haiyuan was scared out of his wits and would not cause any more trouble. Moreover, killing him twice was enough for him to take revenge. If Zhao Haiyuan wanted to take revenge, Chu Li would kill him even if it meant offending the heaven-shaking tower. It did not matter how many times he could live. However, resurrection? It was amazing. When he used the rotating wheel palm, he was turned into ashes and his soul dissipated. But resurrection? Although his soul energy was greatly reduced after resurrection, and he was killed by Chu Li's god-slaying thundersword. This resurrection? It was similar to the life and death tree. It was likely that Zhao Haiyuan's soul was stored in it. Once it dissipated, he could still recover. It was amazing. Chu Li became interested and wanted to know more about it. It might help him understand the life and death scripture better. Even? Zhao Haiyuan took a deep breath and slowly nodded. "Fine, let's call it even." He was a little unwilling, But when he thought of Chu Li's godly martial arts, killing him would be as easy as flipping his hand. It was indeed not a good idea to provoke him anymore. Seeking luck and avoiding calamity was the code of conduct of the heaven-shaking tower's disciples, and they could not fight based on personal feelings. But when he thought of Fu Caiwei's favor for him, jealousy and hatred welled up in him again. Why couldn't he enter Fu Caiwei's eyes, but only Zhongqing fell for him? This resurrection? Can I have a look? Chu Li asked. No, Zhao Haiyuan said solemnly. Chu Li smiled. Resurrection? Could it be that it could no longer be used? No matter how powerful a treasure is, it can't be resurrected infinitely. How can I show such a treasure to others? Zhao Haiyuan shook his head and said, Forgive this Zhao for not being able to comply. Furthermore, this Zhao is not an idle person. As long as I am prepared, I can still use my defensive power. Do you want to give it a try? Chu Li narrowed his eyes. Zhao Haiyuan snorted. Let's try. Fu Caiwei said, Forget it. Zhao Haiyuan, thank you for your silencing light. As long as senior sister Fu likes it, Zhao Haiyuan said in a muffled voice. When he thought of Fu Caiwei's various actions, he really felt heartbroken, disappointed, and angry, but also a little unwilling. He even had a glimmer of hope that he might be able to get her. Fu Caiwei said, Forgive me for not sending you off. She saw that Chu Li still wanted to fight, so she could only chase Zhao Haiyuan away first to let Chu Li calm down. Zhao Haiyuan's fist saluted and suddenly disappeared. Chu Li looked at Fu Caiwei helplessly. Fu Caiwei said, You want to see resurrection? That's impossible. Just give up. No matter how many times you kill him, he will never hand it over. Chu Li said, Miss Fu isn't tempted by such a treasure. It's nothing. Fu Caiwei said, This kind of treasure really depends on fate. You can't force it. Chu Li shook his head. His resurrection of Zhao Haiyuan? He did not desire it. He was just curious. He wanted to see how it was different from the life and death tree. He wanted to see through its secrets and understand the life and death scripture more deeply. Previously, the sky-piercing pearl allowed him to obtain the spiritual energy of the upper heaven because of the life and death scripture. The spiritual energy of the upper heaven was powerful. If he could improve the life and death scripture again, he might obtain the spiritual energy of the upper heaven, and its power would be even more shocking. Shaoqi said, It was too dangerous this time. Chu Li smiled. Madam, don't worry. I won't die so easily. Shaoqi glared at him. She did not say much in front of Fu Caiwei and Sun Mingyue. She planned to nag him when they were alone and remind him to be careful. Senior sister Fu, will Zhao Haiyuan hold a grudge when he returns and take revenge on Chu Li? Sun Mingyue asked. Shaoqi also looked at Fu Caiwei. Fu Caiwei pondered for a while and shook her head. According to my observation, Zhao Haiyuan is not a stubborn person. He may hate Chu Li, but he might not continue to take revenge. However, when the time is right, he might make a move. Chu Li said, Looks like we should still kill him. It's not possible now. Fu Caiwei shook her head. You're no match for the heaven-shaking pavilion now. If you kill Zhao Haiyuan, you'll definitely die. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Is the heaven-shaking pavilion that powerful? Through Zhao Haiyuan's resurrection, he realized that he had underestimated the disciples of the heaven-shaking pavilion. It's far more powerful than you think, Fu Caiwei said. Chu Li, although your martial arts is strong, you also have treasures to hide your force. If you really provoke the heaven-shaking pavilion, you won't be able to escape their eyes. They can plot against you without you knowing. If Zhao Haiyuan has these treasures, the other disciples won't lack them either. If that's the case, isn't the heaven-shaking pavilion's strength shocking? Chu Li frowned. Has it become the world's #1? Fu Caiwei shook her head. Among the disciples of the heaven-shaking pavilion, there are people with high cultivation levels, but they are far from being as strong as the disciples of the Taihao Peak. They mostly rely on the antique study of the heaven-shaking pavilion and act according to good fortune. They won't put themselves in a desperate situation, so no matter how arrogant they look, they're still tactful. How can a tactful person cultivate martial arts to the peak? Makes sense. Chu Li clapped his hands and praised. You hit the nail on the head. It was difficult for a tactful person to cultivate martial arts to the peak. This sentence was very profound. Zhao Haiyuan might seem arrogant, supercilious, and domineering, but through this incident, it could be seen that he was still tactful. This was both a strength and a weakness. How did you offend Zhao Haiyuan? Xiao Qi asked. He insisted on killing you. Chu Li glanced at Fu Kaiwei. Fu Kaiwei shook her head. He's a little obsessed. Zhao Haiyuan was getting more and more obsessed with himself. He must have wanted to kill Chu Li because of his hatred for him. He could also use this opportunity to prove the power of the silencing light. It was killing two birds with one stone. He was crazy and calm at the same time, which was very scary. Chu Li said, Miss Fu, you have to be careful. If you can't get it, you'll destroy it. I think Zhao Haiyuan has the same personality. Fu Kaiwei nodded slowly. I'll be careful. Chu Li's expression suddenly changed. Xiao Qi and Sun Mingwei immediately noticed and looked at him. Chu Li's expression turned serious. He looked at Fu Kaiwei. Zhao Haiyuan died again. Fu Kaiwei was surprised. Chapter 2200. With his omniscient mirror and heaven's eye, he was able to see Zhao Haiyuan's death. Let's go and take a look, Chu Li said. He did not care about Zhao Haiyuan's life or death, but he did not want to be the scapegoat. If he blamed Zhao Haiyuan's death on him, it would be fine if he killed him, but he would not be happy if he was the scapegoat. He grabbed Xiao Qi and Sun Mingwei and disappeared. Fu Kaiwei shook her head and disappeared too. She could catch up with Xiao Qi and Sun Mingwei. The four of them appeared in a dense forest. At this time, the sun had already set. The evening mist was heavy, and light smoke was everywhere. A handsome young man stood beside Zhao Haiyuan, looking down at him. The sword in his hand was still stained with blood. Junior brother Liu? Fu Kaiwei was surprised. Xiao Qi and Sun Mingwei fist saluted. Senior brother Liu. The handsome young man was dressed in a purple robe. His expression was dignified and solemn. He glanced at the four of them and took out a handkerchief from his sleeve. He gently wiped the blood off the long sword, and the sword returned to its sheath. Then he fist saluted and looked at Chu Li without looking at Xiao Qi and Sun Mingwei. Junior brother Liu, this is Chu Li, Fu Kaiwei said. She then said to Chu Li, this is Lu Zhongshan, a disciple of Taihao Peak. Chu Li nodded as a greeting. Lu Zhongshan looked at Fu Kaiwei. Senior sister Fu, why are you here? Why did you kill Zhao Haiyuan? Do you know how much trouble you've gotten yourself into? Fu Kaiwei frowned and said angrily, I killed him. Can't I kill a disciple of the heaven-shaking pavilion? Lu Zhongshan smiled faintly and said disapprovingly, I didn't kill him if I could. Fu Kaiwei sighed. Our relationship with the heaven-shaking pavilion has always been tense. Now that things have changed, the heaven-shaking pavilion will not forgive us and will take your life. Taihao Peak is not to be trifled with. Lu Zhongshan scoffed. Do you think we can take their lives just because they say so? Why must they kill Zhao Haiyuan? Fu Kaiwei asked. Is there a deep grudge? He asked for it. Lu Zhongshan said. He stole the fortuitous encounter from me. Fu Kaiwei looked at him in surprise. Lu Zhongshan said, Senior sister Fu, I originally saw a monastery on a mountain, but I didn't expect it to be empty. I didn't get anything. I only saw Zhao Haiyuan's shadow. He even smiled at me proudly before escaping. Who asked you to be a step too late? Fu Kaiwei sighed. Senior sister Fu, don't you feel guilty for saying that? Lu Zhongshan snappily said. Zhao Haiyuan must have calculated that I would have a fortuitous encounter, so he took a step ahead of me. He's really courting death. He did not wait for Fu Kaiwei to speak and snorted, saying, I know that the disciples of the heaven-shaking tower have this bad habit of snatching other people's fortuitous encounters, but I never thought that they would be so bold as to dare to snatch it from us. If I don't kill him, the disciples of the heaven-shaking tower will definitely take advantage of us and look down on us more and more. If this continues, it might be the heaven-shaking tower that is stronger than us. You're thinking too far ahead. Fu Kaiwei stared at him with a faint smile, the corners of her white lips curled. She knew that most of what he said was nonsense. Junior brother Lu was only angry at Zhao Haiyuan for snatching his fortuitous encounter, so he wanted to kill him. After killing him, he found an excuse and talked about righteousness. Lu Zhongshan knew that he could not hide it from Fu Kaiwei, so he said helplessly, "Senior Sister Fu, it's too late to say anything now. If the heaven-shaking tower really dares to come after us, we can still stand. It's their fault for snatching our fortuitous encounter first. It's useless for you to say this to me. You should talk to the peak leader." Fu Kaiwei waved her hand. She looked at Zhao Haiyuan, then at Chu Li. Chu Li sighed. "Seems like resurrection. There's a limit to the number of times." If that was the case, Zhao Haiyuan's death was related to him. If he had not killed him twice, Zhao Haiyuan would have been able to escape death this time. He suddenly turned his head to look behind him. A few rays of light flashed in the void. Then 6 elders slowly appeared. They were all wearing green robes. Their faces were solemn, and their eyes were cold. "Who killed Zhao Haiyuan?" A thin old man snorted in a deep voice. "Me." Lu Zhongshan raised his hand and said proudly, "Are you the elders of the heaven-shaking tower?" The 4 elders' eyes suddenly lit up and became colder. "Who are you?" the thin elder asked. "Lu Zhongshan of the heaven-shaking tower." Heaven-shaking tower. The 4 elders' eyes changed again. The thin elder glanced at Fu Kaiwei and the other 3 and frowned. "The 4 of you are also disciples of the heaven-shaking tower?" "That's right," Fu Kaiwei said. "Fu Kaiwei, the 4 of you attacked together?" the thin elder asked, his eyes burning like a torch. "I killed Zhao Haiyuan alone," Lu Zhongshan scoffed. "It has nothing to do with Senior Sister Fu and the others. Why we need to work together to kill Zhao Haiyuan?" Fu Kaiwei said, "Actually, Zhao Haiyuan wanted to do something to me." Junior brother Lu saw it and attacked out of anger. The thin elder sneered. "What joke? No matter how impulsive Zhao Haiyuan was, he would not dare to be rude to Fu Kaiwei. Fu Kaiwei was the youth champion and one of the top masters in the world. Zhao Haiyuan would not dare to do anything bad to her. "Senior Sister Fu," Lu Zhongshan yelled. Fu Kaiwei's words had tarnished her reputation, but it had lessened his sin. Seeing someone trying to harm a senior sister of the same sect and killing her out of anger, no matter in the eyes of the sect's elders, it was something that could be easily brushed aside and even encouraged. Even if there was a punishment, it would just be a gesture and not a heavy one. He was extremely grateful and shook his head. "Senior Sister Fu, you shouldn't have said this." Chu Li looked at Fu Kaiwei. She was ruthless. Zhao Haiyuan died and was accused of molesting her. Although Zhao Haiyuan had bad intentions, he treated her wholeheartedly. She did not hesitate to frame him. This made Chu Li afraid. Fu Kaiwei glanced at him and said faintly, "Junior brother Lu saved my life." Lu Zhongshan shook his head and did not argue anymore. Otherwise, he would ruin senior sister Fu's good intentions. Chu Li did not say anything. Sun Mingyue said coldly, "If you can't have it, then destroy it." Is this the tyranny of a disciple of the heaven-shaking tower? As soon as she said this, the 4 elders frowned. They were originally sure that Fu Kaiwei was talking nonsense, but after Sun Mingyue said this, they were skeptical. Zhao Haiyuan was an elite disciple of the heaven-shaking tower. He was used to having a smooth life and always kept his word. If he wanted something, he would do anything to get it. However, Fu Kaiwei was not a woman who could get what she wanted just because she wanted it. Zhao Haiyuan must have lost his patience. His love turned into hatred, and he wanted to kill her. Under these circumstances, it was possible that he was blinded by greed. Plus, Zhao Haiyuan had many fortuitous encounters and obtained powerful treasures. It was not impossible for him to kill Fu Kaiwei. Fu Kaiwei stepped forward. "If you want to kill junior brother Lu, you'll have to get past US first." Chu Li turned to look behind him again. As the void twisted, Another 6 elders in green appeared. Their expressions were cold, and their eyes were like ice. They were the elders of the heaven-shaking tower. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.